Bonjour à tous, hi everyone and welcome to Learn French with Vincent, and this is Unité 4, leçon A. So let's see what we'll discover in this lesson, and we'll work on something really important that we call le futur proche. So basically, if you want to translate it directly, it would be the near future. So what is le futur proche exactly? It's the possibility that we have in French and in other languages to construct basically a future with aller at the present form followed by the infinitive, so the basic form of the verb. Okay, so like in English you would say I am going to travel, for instance. In French we would say je vais voyager. Okay, so remember, first aller that you conjugate at the present form, and then you will put your verb at the infinitive form. Okay, so first, of course, we did introduce the verb aller and the way to conjugate it, but still I think that it is really important to see how it goes. So we will see one more time the conjugation of aller at the present form. Okay, first person here, je vais. Remember, final S not pronounced. Je vais. Okay, tu vas. Same thing here, final S not pronounced. Tu vas. Il, elle va. Nous allons. Final S not pronounced, and then when you get this ON combination, you get this nasal on, really in your nose, okay? On. And then let's make this little liaison here to make it sound more beautiful. Nous allons. Nous allons. Okay? Same thing here. Vous allez. Vous allez. All right? Remember, classic ending for vous, Z, okay? But then when you combine these two letters, you get the sound E. Okay? Allez. And then vous allez. All right? And the last persons. Ils, elles vont. Ils vont. Elles vont. Okay, remember, final T not pronounced, so you get this ON nasal here. On vont. Okay, so let's see them one more time. Je vais. Tu vas. Il va. Elle va. Nous allons. Vous allez. Ils vont. Elles vont. Okay, so that's the first part that we will use to construct this futur proche, okay? And then the second part will be, well, the verb that you want to express, but at the infinitive form. So I've been writing few examples here. So the first sentence, je vais voyager. Voyager means to travel. Avec, with, ma famille, my family. Je vais voyager avec ma famille. Okay? So, quite simple way to construct a future form. Tu vas chercher. Chercher means to search. Une nouvelle maison. Okay? Une nouvelle. Nouvelle, it's the feminine form of the adjective nouveau, new. Okay, because maison, house, as you can see here, is feminine. So, une nouvelle maison, a new house. Tu vas chercher une nouvelle maison. Okay? And then, il, elle, va partir. Partir is to leave. Okay? Pour means for. Pour un an. 1 year. Un an. Okay? So I will make the liaison just to make it more normal after. Okay, but I just want to divide here. Un an. Okay? So let's read it normally now. Il va partir pour un an. Okay, so you can hear that now I make this link between the two. Un an. Un an. So no break between the two. Un an. Okay? Il va partir pour un an. Elle va partir pour un an. Okay? Then for nous allons chanter. Chanter means to sing. Okay? Cette chanson. So remember, cette, feminine form of ce, this. Okay? Chanson, song. And as chanson is feminine, so you should put this form here at the feminine. This. Okay? Nous allons chanter cette chanson. Nous allons chanter cette chanson. And then for vous, vous allez adorer. So adorer, to adore, to love a lot. Ce film, okay? So you see now this, okay? But then it's the masculine form because film here is masculine. Ce film, this movie, okay? Vous allez adorer ce film. Vous allez adorer ce film. And the last one. Ils vont boire, boire is to drink, un café, a coffee. Ils vont boire un café. Elles vont boire un café. Okay, so let's repeat everything again. Je vais voyager avec ma famille. Tu vas chercher une nouvelle maison. Il va partir pour un an. Elle va partir pour un an. Nous allons chanter cette chanson. Vous allez adorer ce film. Ils vont boire un café. Elles vont boire un café. Alright? So now you know how to construct this futur proche form. Remember that really the verb aller is quite important, so you should definitely know it by heart. Okay, but then it was leçon A. Remember that you can check for the next lesson right here, okay, on YouTube, and the channel is Imagier, and then the website here, imagier.net. You can find more material. Okay, have a great day. Bye-bye. Bonjour à tous, hi everyone, and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. This is Unité 4, leçon B. And in this lesson, we'll try to work on le genre des mots, so the gender of the words, because normally that's something a bit difficult for students to know or to remember the gender of the words. So normally what I tell them is to try to memorize, try to remember the gender when they discover or when they see a new word, but I know it's not easy. Okay, so in this lesson we'll try to see actually a few endings that give you some useful tips, and we'll focus only on the feminine words, and we'll start right now. Sorry. So when you see words that are ending with this ION, so you can be almost. This is quite important. Never say always when you talk about French language, because you always find some exceptions. Okay, so I won't say always. I will say in most of the cases. Okay, when they end with ION, okay, in most of the cases they will be feminine. Okay, so for instance here, la libération, or then la nation. Okay. Other ending is T, so when a word is finishing or ending with T, like that. La rapidité, rapidité means speed, and then la santé, health. Okay, in this case you can be almost sure that these words will be feminine. Okay, when they're ending with ure, ur, okay, la peinture, paint, la voiture, car, okay, so they are feminine. And then when they're ending with s, like that, esse, so for instance, la politesse, la vitesse. Vitesse means speed. Okay, so these words are feminine, and these endings are classical ending for feminine form. Okay, so let's see them one more time. La libération, la nation, la rapidité, la santé, la peinture, la voiture, la politesse, la vitesse. Okay? So let's see a few more. So still for the feminine form. So when you will have a word ending with this double T, et, okay, for instance, la chaussette, la roulette, so they will be feminine, okay? Chaussette means sock, and then roulette, well, it's the same, the thing you will find in casinos. And then when they're ending with ie, like here, okay, so basically you don't pronounce the okay, so it will be only the sound I, okay, for instance, la vie, life, okay, la partie, the part, okay, so they will be feminine as well, okay, and then words ending with accent aigu, and then here, okay, remember this final is not pronounced, so you will have this e, remember accent aigu, it's e sound, okay, la poupée, the doll, l'arrivée, the arrival, okay, la poupée, l'arrivée, so feminine as well. In that case, remember that normally it should be la arrivée, but as arrivée, as usual, you know, start with a vowel, then a is disappearing, and then you just put this apostrophe, okay? And then words ending with ud, like that, ude, ud, okay, are normally, in most of the cases, feminine. La gratitude, well, if my understanding is correct, it is exactly the same in English. La gratitude, and then same thing here, latitude. Latitude. Okay, so let's repeat them one more time. La chaussette, la roulette, la vie, la partie, la poupée, l'arrivée, la gratitude, latitude. Okay, I know it's not the key. It's not the magic key that will help you forever and that will give you all the time the correct gender of the words, but still you've got some tips now. Okay, it was leçon B. Okay, remember that I've been doing many lessons, so they can be found there on youtube.com/imagier. Okay, and then the website is here, imagier.net. You can find more material there. Have a nice day. Bye bye. Bonjour à tous, hi everyone, and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. This is Unité 4, leçon C, and the good news is that I'm recovering my voice little by little. In this lesson, we'll discover together l'article partitif. So what's l'article partitif? Well, basically it's when you want to say that you want some sugar, for instance, so you don't want to specify the quantity. Okay, just want to say that you want some, but you don't want to say 1, 2, 3. Okay, then as usual, we will have the difference between the masculine form and the feminine form. Okay, so for the masculine form, it will be du. Okay, du. Simple thing, d, u. This is u, this is d. Du. All right. And then for the feminine form, it will be de la. Okay? De la. Alright? Masculine form, du. Feminine form, de la. Alright? Let's see a few examples now. Je bois. Boire is to drink. Okay? So, je bois du café. Alright? So you can see the difference here. It would be possible to say je bois un café. Okay? In that case, you would translate it je bois un café by I drink one coffee or I drink a coffee. Okay? In that case, when you put this du café, so first you put the masculine form because café is masculine. Okay? And then you want to say, you don't want to specify the quantity. You want to say I drink some coffee. Okay, je bois du café. Okay, the other option as well would be to say je bois le café. So if you want to put this article défini, but then you would have to put more information after. Le café de ma mère, the coffee of my mother, if you want. Okay, so in that case, in this lesson, we'll only focus on l'article partitif, so it's some. Okay, je bois du café. All right, let's see another option. Tu voudrais. So I wanted to introduce this voudrais form. Okay, so it's coming from vouloir. Vouloir is to want. Okay, but then it's not the present form here, the classic present form. It's the conditionnel form. Okay, so it's the polite form that normally we should use. So I would like to have. You know, you don't say tu veux, you don't say you want, because it is too strong and too direct. So normally we tend to use this conditionnel form. So tu voudrais, you would like to have, and then salade, okay, and it's feminine, so you should put the feminine form of this partitif. So de la salade, so some salad, okay. Tu voudrais de la salade. All right. Let's see another example here. Nous mangeons. So manger is to eat, okay, and that's the form for nous, okay. Nous mangeons du gâteau. Gâteau is cake, okay, and it's masculine, so du gâteau. We eat some cake. Vous voulez. Okay, so vouloir again, all right, to want, okay, but here it's the present form, okay. Do you want? Vous voulez du fromage, cheese, du fromage, so some cheese, and it's a question. Vous voulez du fromage? Okay, and the last example here. So I've been putting this il y a, we'll see that a bit later in this unit, but it will come. Il y a means there is, okay? Il y a, there is, okay? Il y a de la neige. Neige is snow, okay? Par terre, on the ground. Par terre. So there is snow on the ground. Il y a de la neige par terre. Okay, so let's repeat all these sentences. The first one, je bois du café. Second one, tu voudrais de la salade. Nous mangeons du gâteau. Vous voulez du fromage? It's a question, so I've been insisting a little bit too much maybe. Let's do it one more time. Vous voulez du fromage? And the last one, il y a de la neige par terre. All right, so I hope it was clear. Remember, it's quite important, this article partitif, and well, it's not that difficult. I can tell you that because normally my students tend to understand and use it quite easily, so no problem for you, don't worry. Check out for the next lesson and the previous lessons as well. They're on youtube.com/imagier here, and then the website is here, imagier.net. Have a great day. Bye-bye. Bonjour à tous, hi everyone, and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. This is Unité 4, leçon D. And in this lesson, we'll discover together pourquoi, why. Pourquoi, why. Okay? So, if you ask a question with pourquoi, why, normally the answer that you will have will start with whether parce que, because, okay, or then pour plus one verb at the infinitive form, so the basic form, okay. So whether parce que, and then you just start a sentence, or then pour plus a verb at the infinitive form, okay. Let's see now some examples. First question, pourquoi es-tu ici? Pourquoi es-tu ici? Okay, ici means here. Es-tu, are you? Why are you here? Pourquoi es-tu ici? So the first answer, parce que, so because, je suis invité, I am invited, by Nicolas. Because I am invited by Nicolas. Parce que je suis invité par Nicolas. Okay, so normally when you start with the parce que, so you want to express the reason why, okay? Parce que je suis invité par Nicolas. Alright? And then, other option would be pour passer la soirée. So in that case, passer should be translated like spend, okay? Pour, to spend, pour passer la soirée, the evening, avec, with, vous, you. Pour passer la soirée avec vous, to spend the evening with you. And in that case, when you will start your answer with pour, okay, so you will express what will you will do after that, okay? Pour passer la soirée avec vous, okay? And in that case, parce que, you want to introduce the reason why, okay? So that's the way we will construct answers when you will ask a question with pourquoi, okay? I hope it was clear. It was a short one, but still quite useful, okay? And it was leçon D, so you can find the next lesson there at Imagier, so that's the name of the channel on YouTube, and then the website is here, okay? Have a great day, bye-bye. Bonjour à tous, hi everyone, and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. This is Unité 4, leçon E, and in this lesson we'll try to answer this question. Où est le cube? Where is the cube? Où est le cube? Okay, so let's see that together. So here, first situation. Here, okay. So this is le cube and this is le cylindre. Okay, so just to make it clear, because that's the things we'll use to introduce, well, the prepositions. Le cube est sur le cylindre. So you can see it's on. Okay, so sur le cylindre. Okay, and there is contact here. Okay, it's quite important. Second option, same thing, but it's basically under here. Le cube est sous le cylindre. Okay, le cube est sous le cylindre. Don't pronounce the final S, and then this OU combination of vowels is pronounced OU, okay? Sous, sous. Le cube est sous le cylindre. Alright? Then, here, no contact, and that's really important, okay? Le cube est au-dessus du cylindre. So let's repeat it. Le cube est au-dessus, final S not pronounced here, au-dessus du cylindre. Okay? Then, same situation, sorry, but then the opposite, so it's here, and no contact here. You can see no contact. Le cube est au-dessous du cylindre. Okay? Au-dessous, final S not pronounced, du cylindre. Le cube est au-dessous du cylindre. Alright? So here, I've been putting the plural form because we've got two here. Les cubes sont à côté du cylindre. So next to, okay? Les cubes sont à côté du cylindre. Le cube est à gauche du cylindre. Okay, gauche, left. On the left of le cylindre. Le cube est à gauche du cylindre. Okay, then the next one. Droite, obviously it's right, on the right. Le cube est à droite du cylindre. Le cube est à droite du cylindre. ok? In front of. Le cube est devant le cylindre. Le cube est devant le cylindre. And now, behind, it's not possible to see it, that's the reason why. Le cube est derrière, so behind, le cylindre. Le cube est derrière le cylindre. So I've been taking away the color just to show you that it's inside, okay? So in, le cube est dans, so in, le cylindre. Le cube est dans le cylindre. That's it. Take the time to watch it one more time if it's not clear for you. It was leçon E. Remember that the next lesson can be found on YouTube, and it's the name of the channel here, Imagier, or then the website imagier.net if you want more material. Have a great day. Bye bye. Bonjour à tous, hi everyone, and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. This is Unité 4, leçon F. And in this lesson, we'll discover les adverbes de lieu. So really useful, and we're starting right now. So the first one that we'll see, so I've been putting each time the English first and then the French version here. Okay, so here. So I won't read the English one. I will focus on the French one if that's okay with you. Ici. Ici. Okay. Then là. So remember you've got this accent, but well, you don't pronounce it. Okay, so it's là. Là. Whoops. Là-bas. Là-bas. Remember final S not pronounced. Là-bas. Loin. Loin. So remember when you get this combination O-I-N, it's ouin, 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 okay? Loin. Alright? So let's see them one more time. Ici, là, là-bas, loin. Okay? Devant. Final T not pronounced. Devant. Devant. Derrière. So if you look carefully, you've got E here and then double R. So it will open the sound of this E and you should pronounce it E. Okay? De. Derrière. Same thing here. You've got this E accent grave. E. Derrière. Okay? Don't pronounce the final E. Derrière. Okay? Final S not pronounced. Dessus. 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 Dessous. Dessous. Final S not pronounced here. Dessous. Okay, so let's repeat them. Devant, derrière, dessus, dessous. Okay? Dedans. Final S not pronounced. Dedans. Dedans. Dehors. Okay, so remember final S not pronounced, and then this H in French doesn't exist phonetically, so you don't pronounce it. Dehors. 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 En haut. En haut. Okay, final T not pronounced, and then this H as previously, you don't pronounce it, so this is O. En haut. En haut. En haut. En bas. Final S not pronounced. En bas. En bas. Okay? Quelque part. Don't pronounce the final T. Quelque part. Quelque part. Autre part. Autre part. Autre part. ailleurs. Look, final S not pronounced, and then you've got this y sound. Ailleurs. Okay, so I insist a little bit too much maybe, but still, let's read it normally now. Ailleurs. Ailleurs. Okay. Autour. 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 Okay, so repeat them one more time. Quelque part. Autre part. Ailleurs. Autour. So now you are well equipped with l'adverbe de lieu. Okay, it was leçon F. If you want to check for the next lesson, it's here, youtube.com/imagier, or then the website is here as well, imagier.net, if you want more material. Have a great day. Bye bye. Bonjour à tous. Hi everyone, and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. This is Unité 4, leçon G. And in this lesson, we'll try to see together how to express, comment exprimer l'obligation. So when you must do something, well, there is a verb for that, to express must, and this is falloir. Falloir, okay, falloir. And then you will have two options. The first one will be il faut. So you've got to remember that falloir is what we call verb impersonnel, okay, because there is only one form, and it's il, third person of the singular. Il faut, okay. So je, tu, nous, vous, etc., they don't exist for falloir. It's only il, okay. Il faut, and then the verb coming after will be at the infinitive, okay. So that's the way to express to must, okay. And then, or to have to if you want, il faut, okay, same form, but then you will add after that un nom, a noun, okay. So whether a verb at the infinitive form or then a noun. So we'll see a few examples now. So the first scénario, as we would say in French, is falloir plus infinitif. Okay, so here, il faut respecter les règles. All right, il faut respecter, so to respect, les règles, the rules. Il faut respecter les règles. All right, and then another option, so I've been putting here and here the two parts of the negative form. Il ne faut pas fumer, fumer is to smoke, ici, here. Il ne faut pas fumer ici. Okay, so now we'll see the way it works with a noun. And here, for instance, il faut, so still il faut, remember, as I said, it's only il faut, so it's a verbe impersonnel, okay. Une carte d'identité. Il faut une carte d'identité. Second example here, il faut un parapluie, umbrella, un parapluie, car, because, il pleut. It's raining. It rains. Il faut un parapluie car il pleut. All right? So, it was short and I hope clear. It was Unité 4, leçon G. Remember that here, that's the name of the channel, Imagier on YouTube. You can find the next lessons, of course, and then the previous lessons. And if you go on the website, you can find more material. Have a great day. Bye bye. Bonjour à tous. Hi everyone, and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. This is Unité 4, leçon H. And in this lesson, we'll discover les adjectifs ordinaux. Les adjectifs ordinaux, so in English it would be first, second, third, fourth, etc., etc. So we'll see how they go in French. And so we'll start with the first, okay? And as usual in French, remember, we've got the difference between the masculine form and the feminine form, okay? So each time we'll have here and here the masculine form and the feminine form. Here, that's the way you can see them written when you get to make them short, okay? So they can be written like that, okay? So we'll pronounce them. Le premier, so the first, le premier, la première. Le premier, la première. Okay? Then, le deuxième, la deuxième. So in that case, it's only the le and la that will be different because deuxième will be the same if you look at them. Okay? Then, same thing here. Le troisième, la troisième. Le troisième, la troisième. Okay? Le quatrième, la quatrième. Le quatrième, la quatrième. Le cinquième, la cinquième. Le cinquième, la cinquième. Le sixième, la sixième. Le sixième, la sixième. Le septième, so remember we don't pronounce this P here. Le septième, la septième. Okay? Le huitième, remember H doesn't exist. Huitième, huitième, la huitième. Le neuvième, neuvième, so it's V here, remember, vième, la neuvième. Le neuvième, la neuvième. Le dixième, so remember, even if you've got this X here, you pronounce it Z. Dixième, dixième. Same thing as we had here. Sixième, okay? Le dixième, la dixième. All right, that's it. I hope it was clear. It was leçon H, and then you can find the other lessons right here, okay? And then the website is here, imagier.net. You can find more material. Have a great day. Bye-bye. Bonjour à tous, hi everyone, and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. This is Unité 4, leçon I. And in this lesson, we'll discover together how to conjugate le verbe partir. Partir means to leave, okay, at the present form. So we see this verb because this verb is normally quite useful. And then it is not regular, so it belongs to the third group of verbs. So it's always good to see the conjugation together, okay? So the first form is je pars. So final S not pronounced. Je pars. Tu pars. Same form, you can see here and here. So final S not pronounced. Tu pars. Il, elle, part. Final T not pronounced. Il, elle, part. Okay? So you can see that it's part, part, and then part. Okay, so the same phonetical form for these persons, but then obviously and of course for nous it will be different. So classic ending ONS, you don't pronounce the S, you just have this on sound nasal. Nous partons. Nous partons. Okay, then for vous, classic ending for vous as well, EZ, but then you pronounce it et, vous partez. Vous partez. Okay, and the last persons, il, elle, partent. Remember, classic ending, ENT, but then you don't pronounce them, partent. Partent. Okay, so let's repeat them again. Je pars, tu pars, il part, elle part, nous partons, vous partez, ils partent, elles partent. Okay, so that's it for the verb partir. If you want more lessons, then you can find them at the following address, and then the website is here, imagier.net, if you want more material. Have a great day. Bye bye. Bonjour à tous, hi everyone, and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. This is Unité 4, leçon J, and in this lesson we'll discover together how to conjugate at the present form le verbe venir. So venir means to come, okay? So it's quite useful, and especially it does belong to the third group of verbs, so it's not regular. So for the present form, it's quite useful to spend a few minutes just to see the conjugation together. Okay, so we'll start right now. First form, je viens. Final S not pronounced. Je viens. Remember, I-E-N, ien, ien. Je viens. Okay. Tu viens. Final S not pronounced. Tu viens. Okay. Then il, elle vient. Final T not pronounced. Il, elle vient. Okay. So je viens, tu viens, il, elle vient. Phonetically, it's the same form. Okay. But then for nous, it will be a bit different. ONS, remember, classic ending for nous at the present form. Final S not pronounced, so you will get the sound venons. Nous venons. Nous venons. Okay? Then classic ending for vous, a Z here, and then you pronounce it et, vous venez. Vous venez. Okay? And the last one here. So you've got this double N just after the E, so it will change a little bit your pronunciation. You will have to pronounce this E like eh, okay? Ils viennent. So remember this classic ending ENT for the third person of the plural is here, but phonetically it doesn't exist, so you don't pronounce it. Viennent, viennent, okay? Ils viennent, elles viennent. All right, so let's see the form one more time. Je viens, tu viens, il vient, elle vient, nous venons, vous venez, ils viennent, elles viennent. All right, so venir is quite important. Be sure to remember it by heart. Please, 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 s'il vous plaît. And then when you're ready, you can go at the following address to find the next lesson, okay? And then more material here, imagier.net. Have a great day. Au revoir. Bonjour à tous. Hi everyone, and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. This is Unité 4, leçon K. And in this lesson, we'll discover a big thing. So it's les pronoms COD. Okay, so no stress, but still it will be quite important. Okay, les pronoms COD. So we'll take first a sentence. Okay, so it's a question, and it's tu regardes la télévision. Okay, so tu regardes, regarder is to watch, la télévision. So if we look at this question, okay, and then we want to define all the elements, the first thing that we've got in this sentence is tu. Okay, so it's here, and it's sujet, so the subject of the sentence here. Okay, second part that we've got here is regarde. Okay, regarde here, and it's the verb. Okay, that you've been conjugating. It's es just because it's tu, all right? And the second part, or the third part here, so the last part, la télévision. So la télévision, that's what we will call complément, okay, because it's a complement, it will complete the sentence here by giving some information. It's objet, it doesn't have anything to do because it's la télévision, okay, so it's not an object like that, but it's what we call grammatical object, okay? And we say that it's direct because you don't have any preposition between the verb and this complément, okay? So no preposition, so it's direct, okay? So why do we say that it's quite important to use les pronoms COD? Just because when you've got a question, so if someone is asking you, tu regardes la télévision, okay, the first option would be oui, je regarde la télévision. So of course it's possible to repeat, this part, la télévision, okay? But then if we're honest, then in most of the cases, we won't repeat la télévision in that case. We will use what we call pronouns, okay, just to avoid repeating this word, okay? So let's see these pronouns together. So as usual, we will have the difference between the masculine, the feminine, and the plural, okay? In that case here, we'll start with the masculin singulier. Masculin singulier will be first le, or then, as usual, if we've got a vowel coming after, the E will disappear, so it will be L apostrophe, okay? Le, or then L, like that, okay? If it's feminine, and at the singular form, so we're talking here about the third person of the singular, it will be la. Or, for the same reasons as previously, L apostrophe if you get a vowel after. Okay? And then for the plural form, so here we're talking about the third person of the plural, then it will be les. Okay, so let's repeat them one more time. So for the masculine singular form, it's le. For the feminine singular form, it's la. Okay, and then if they are followed by vowels, then you take a and a away, and then you get this l. Okay, and for the plural form here, it's les. All right, so let's see that in action now. So if you get the same question, tu regardes la télévision. All right, so now we've got all the elements. So we know that tu was the subject, regarde the verb, la télévision, complément d'objet direct, and that's the thing we want to replace. We don't want to repeat la télévision, okay? So first, what do we need to do is first to spot the gender of the word. We know that la télévision is feminine, okay? So we've got all the keys necessary. Oui, je la regarde. So, as I said a long time ago in a lesson, remember that in French, the pronouns, like this one for instance, are coming before the verb. So that's the reason why you will have this la here before the verb. Oui, je la regarde. Okay? Let's take another question. And here you've got tu vas regarder la télévision. So what's the difference between the previous question and this question? Well, this is, and we saw that in a previous lesson, I guess it was on this unit, so you can check it if you're not sure about that. That's what we call the futur proche, so the near future. Tu vas regarder la télévision, you are going to watch. Okay, so that's the near future. Tu vas regarder la télévision. Okay, and then here, if you look carefully, well, you've got two verbs. And that's the important thing here. So if you will have a structure with two verbs, and then you want to use a pronoun, this pronoun will come always before the second verb. Like here, oui, je vais la regarder. okay? So I'm not telling you that it will come between the two verbs, because you can have many things between these verbs, okay? So focus on this idea that it will come before the second verb. Oui, je vais la regarder. Okay? So we'll see that les pronoms complément d'objet direct can replace all the persons. So for the first person it will be me, second person it will be te, third person of the singular, so the one we saw, le for the masculine form, and then la for the feminine form. First person of the plural, nous. So basically it's quite easy to memorize this one, to remember it. Same thing here. Second person of the plural, vous. And then third person of the plural, les. Alright, so me, te, le, la, nous, vous, les. Alright? So we'll see now a few examples. So the first one, il me regarde. So if you want to say that he is looking at me, il me regarde. Okay, so remember, as I said previously, these pronouns are coming before the verb. Okay, il me regarde. Present form, only one verb, you just put it before. Il me regarde. Il te regarde. So he's looking at you. Il te regarde. Il le regarde. Il la regarde. He's looking at him, he's looking at her. Il nous regarde. Il vous regarde. Il les regarde. Okay, it's not that difficult when you try to remember, well, first of course the pronouns, and then this idea that it will come before the verb. Well, honestly, it's not that tricky. Okay, I've been putting the same sentence but then at this near future form. Okay, so just to show you, if you forgot it, that it should come before the second verb. Okay, so il va me regarder, so he's going to watch me, or to look at me. Okay, il va me regarder. Il va te regarder. Il va le regarder. Il va la regarder. Il va nous regarder. Il va vous regarder. Il va les regarder. Okay, that's the end of les pronoms complément d'objet direct. You can check for the other lessons that are on YouTube, and it's Imagier, the name of the channel, and then the website imagier.net is here. Okay, you can find more material. Have a great day. Bye-bye. Bonjour à tous, hi everyone, and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. This is Unité 4, leçon L. And in this lesson, we'll have the pleasure to see together what we call les pronoms COI. Okay, les pronoms COI. So, well, let's say that it's the second part of les pronoms CO, complément d'objet. Okay, so if you didn't watch the previous lesson, well, maybe it would be better to do so that you could understand maybe more clearly the whole thing. Okay, but then still we're starting right now. So, les pronoms complément d'objet direct. So we'll start with une question, a question. Okay, so we'll see. It's a basic question. Okay, you get tu parles à ton frère. Okay, parler is to talk. Tu parles, you talk to your brother, à ton frère. Okay, so if we have a look at the elements in this sentence, the first part or the first element is tu, okay, and that's the subject. of the sentence, tu, all right? Then the second element is parle, okay? And that's the verb. So it's ending like that because you've been conjugating this verb according to tu, okay? But it's a verb here. And then we've got this last part here, à ton frère. So that's what we call complément. So it will come to complete the sentence, okay? And it's objet, okay? So be careful. It's really what we call a grammatical object. So it's not an object because in that case, it's a good example because it's a person, okay? But then it's a grammatical object and it's indirect because you've got this preposition à here, okay? So in the previous lesson, we saw the direct ones, okay? They were without any preposition, okay? But then in this lesson, it's indirect because you've got the preposition à here, okay? And it will change the things. So let's see the question. You can ask the question. So it's the same. Tu parles à ton frère? Okay. And then the answer that you could give, of course, would be oui, je parle à mon frère. But let's say that in most of the cases in French, we won't repeat this à mon frère part, okay? We'd rather use pronounce just to avoid repeating this complément d'objet indirect, okay? So we'll see how they go. As usual in French, we will have the difference between the masculine form, the feminine form, and the plural form, okay? And here, just to start, we'll start with masculine singular, okay? Masculine singular form will be lui, okay? UI, lui, lui, all right? Féminin singulier, so feminine form and the singular form here, it will be lui. So it's quite easy to memorize, to remember, okay, because it is the same form for the masculine and the feminine form, okay? And then for the plural form, so third person of the plural, to be more precise, it will be leur, okay? So masculine singular, third person of the singular, lui. Féminin singulier, feminine singular form, third person of the singular, lui. And then the plural form, third person of the plural, leur. Okay? Let's see now the same question. Okay? Tu parles à ton frère. Okay? And the idea in that case, of course, is to avoid repeating this part here, so complément d'objet indirect, and to replace it with the pronoun, okay? So first we know that it's indirect because we've got the preposition here. We know here that it's masculine because it's brother, okay? And then we've got the information here because it's ton, all right? So we've got all the elements just to reply using the pronoun. Oui, je lui parle, okay? So the only thing you should really think about here is the position. So you should remember, as I said previously, that the pronouns in French will be placed before the verb. So, je lui parle. Oui, je lui parle. All right? And then we could have, well, basically the same question, but then this question would be like it is here at the near future. So if you didn't see the lesson regarding the near future, maybe it would be more useful for you to watch it, but still the near future, it's a way to construct the future, but at the present tense with the verb aller, to go. You are going to speak or talk, okay, to your brother. Okay, so you are going to, but then the important thing in that case is that you've got two verbs. Okay, you've got aller here, to go, and then you've got parler, to speak or to talk. Okay, and when you've got two verbs, then for the pronoun that you would like to use, you will have to put it just before the second verb. Oui, je vais lui parler. Okay, so I'm not telling you that it should be between, because that's the case here, but then between these two verbs you could put many things, okay, like adverbs or other things. Okay, so remember that this pronoun lui should be before the second verb. All right, so now we'll see these pronouns, but then for all the persons. Okay, for the first person of the singular, it will be me. Second person of the singular, te. Then third person, like we saw, so masculine and feminine, I only put one, so lui, because it's the same. First person of the plural, nous. Second person of the plural, vous. Third person of the plural, leur. Okay, me, te, lui, nous, vous, leur. All right, so let's see examples now. So he's talking to me. Il me parle. Okay, remember, me, and then before the verb, il me parle. He's talking to you. Il te parle. Il lui parle. I don't know why lui is still white. Well, maybe it was a mistake from my... Yeah, it is a mistake. It should be orange, but then still. Il lui parle. Okay. Il nous parle. Il vous parle. Il leur parle. All right? Il me parle. Il te parle. Il lui parle. Il nous parle. Il vous parle, il leur parle. Okay, so these examples are with one verb, okay, and then I've been rewriting the same sentence, but then at the near future, okay, with the two verbs, and then we can see how they go now. Il va me parler, he's going to talk to me. Il va me parler, so remember, you know, me before the second verb. Il va te parler, he's going to talk to you. Il va lui parler, he's going to talk to her, or he's going to talk to him, okay? Il va nous parler, he's going to talk to us. Il va vous parler, he's going to talk to you. Il va leur parler, he's going to talk to them, okay? Il va me parler, il va te parler, il va lui parler, il va nous parler, il va vous parler, il va leur parler. That's it. Congratulations if everything is clear. It was leçon L. Be sure to find more lessons there on youtube.com/imagier, and then the website is here and it's waiting for you. Okay, bye-bye. Bonjour à tous, hi everyone, and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. This is Unité 4, leçon M. And in this lesson, we'll see how to conjugate together le verbe vouloir. Vouloir means to want, and it belongs to the third group of verbs in French, so irregular. So that's the reason why I think it's quite good to see the conjugation at the present form together. So here it goes. Vouloir, first person, je veux. Final X not pronounced. Je veux. Tu veux. Final X not pronounced, the same form. Il veut. Final T not pronounced. Elle veut. Okay, so here, so far we've got one phonetical form, it's veut. Then for nous, classic ending, ONS, don't pronounce the S, just pronounce the on. Nous voulons. Nous voulons. Same thing here, classic ending, EZ for vous, but then you pronounce it et. Vous voulez. Vous voulez. Vous voulez. And the last one, here, EU, and then ENT, classic ending, but then you don't pronounce it, so you get veulent, veulent. Ils veulent, elles veulent. Ils veulent, elles veulent. Okay, so let's repeat it one more time. Je veux, tu veux, il veut, elle veut, nous voulons, vous voulez, ils veulent, elles veulent. So that's it for this lesson. It was leçon M. Well, you can find more lessons right here. Imagier is the name of the channel on YouTube, and then more material can be found there at imagier.net. Have a great day. Au revoir. Bonjour à tous. Hi everyone, and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. This is Unité 4, leçon N. And in this lesson, we'll discover together le verbe savoir. Savoir means to know, and it's quite useful. And but then it is irregular, so it belongs to the third group of verbs. So it's quite good to see the way to conjugate it together, okay, at the present form. And we'll see it right now. Okay, so let's start now. Je sais. Okay, final S not pronounced, and then you get this A-I, E. Okay, je sais, okay? Tu sais, same form, final S not pronounced, tu sais. Il sait, final T not pronounced, elle sait. So one phonetical form so far. Nous savons, so classic ending for nous, O-N-S, you don't pronounce the final S, nous savons, nous savons, okay? Then vous savez, classic ending for vous, E-Z, but then phonetically it's E, vous savez, savez. And then il, here classic ending for il and elle at the plural form, E-N-T, you don't pronounce it, so you get the sound savent, v-v-v-v, savent, okay? Ils savent, elles savent. So let's see that one more time. Je sais, tu sais, il sait, elle sait, nous savons, vous savez, ils savent, elles savent. Well, that's it. You know the verb savoir at the present form, and I'm really happy for you. If you want to check more lessons, then it's www.youtube.com/imagier, as French people would say. Okay, and then the website is here, imagier.net. You can find more material. Have a great day. Bye-bye. Bonjour à tous, hi everyone, and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. This is Unité 4, leçon O, and in this lesson we'll see il y a. So we saw it in a previous lesson quite shortly. So il y a means there is or there are, but then in French we will have only one form, il y a, okay? So let's see, for instance, here a question. Est-ce qu'il y a un magasin dans le quartier? Okay, est-ce qu'il y a? So, is there un magasin, a shop, dans le quartier, in the neighborhood? Okay, est-ce qu'il y a un magasin dans le quartier? All right, so the answer would be oui, il est juste ici. Yes, it is right here. Oui, il est juste ici. Okay, so in that case, we've been using this il y a, there is, okay, just because un magasin, well, it's singular. Okay, so it's basically there is a shop, there is something. Okay, let's see now. Here, same thing. Il y a une piscine, a swimming pool, dans cette ville. Il y a une piscine dans cette ville. All right. So you can see that in the first example, I've been using this est-ce que. You remember we saw that previously, that you can add if you want to ask a question, okay? Or then it's possible here just to keep the same order. There is, il y a, okay? Une piscine, a swimming pool, dans cette ville, in this town, okay? But then don't forget to raise your voice at the end because it's a question. Il y a une piscine dans cette ville? il y a une piscine dans cette ville? Okay, just a little bit to make it clear that it's a question. Okay, so answer, oui, elle est à côté de la mairie. À côté, remember it was next or near. Okay, and then la mairie, city hall. Oui, elle est à côté de la mairie. All right, so in both cases here, il y a, just because it was masculin singulier, okay, and then here, il y a une piscine, féminin singulier, all right, and we'll see now the other option that we would have to ask correctly the question. So first, look at it, il y a, actually, you should change the order and put it like that, and the way you will pronounce it is y a-t-il, y a-t-il, okay, so that's the correct form to ask a question with il y a, so the formal form if you want. And then des toilettes, here it's the plural form, okay, toilets, okay. So it doesn't really change because it will stay il y a, okay, but then here, of course, the order is changing, so that's the reason why it can be a bit tricky to notify the fact that basically it doesn't change even if it's plural here, okay. Dans ce restaurant, in this restaurant. Y a-t-il des toilettes dans ce restaurant? Y a-t-il des toilettes dans ce restaurant? Okay, and then the answer, oui, elles sont juste à droite. Okay, droite, remember, it was on the right. À droite, on the right. Just on the right. Oui, elles sont juste à droite. Okay, so to resume the whole thing, remember this il y a will be used so for there is, so like here, un magasin, a shop, so it's the singular form, okay? Or then here as well, il y a, there is, une piscine, a swimming pool, but still it will be also used as like that, il y a, okay, or then in the other order here, for the plural form, okay? It doesn't change. So that's one interesting thing in French. For once, it's easy. It doesn't change. Il y a plus singulier or then il y a plus pluriel. Okay? I hope it was clear. Okay? Because it's quite useful, this il y a form. So then, if you're not sure about that, well, you can watch the video again or then leave a comment on YouTube, and that's the name of the channel, Imagier, okay, and then the website is here, imagier.net. Have a great day. Bye-bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. This is Unité 5, leçon A. And in this unit, we'll discover together le passé composé. So le passé composé is a past tense, and it's probably the one that you will use in most of the cases because that's the past tense that we tend to use to express what we've been doing for the weekend or normally the past that is not that far. If you're talking about your childhood or something really far, we will normally use another tense that's called l'imparfait, that we'll see a bit later. So now in this lesson, we'll focus on le passé composé. So we'll have now few examples here just to show you first how it goes, okay? So in this first sentence, so I took this manger, to eat verb, okay? Je mange au restaurant. And so if you look carefully, you can see that this sentence is at the present tense, okay? Je mange au restaurant. So I eat at the restaurant, okay? And then here, I wanted to show you what this passé composé form looks like, okay? So you can see that you've got first here the verb avoir at the present form, okay? So it goes like j'ai, and then the second part, so because that's the main concept of this passé composé. Composé means composed, so you will have two parts, okay? And this is the second part here, and that's what we call participe passé, so past participle, and it goes like manger with an accent here at the end, okay? So we'll see why in a few minutes, okay? So the rest doesn't change, okay? And then you've got this j'ai mangé au restaurant well, it's the sentence, same sentence, but it's at the past tense. So it could be like yesterday, maybe last weekend. Okay? Another example here. Tu regardes la télévision. Okay? Remember, regarder is to watch. Okay? So you are watching the television. Tu regardes la télévision. So that's here the present tense. Okay? And so if we want to put the same verb at the past tense, well, basically we've got to respect the same rule that we had previously. Here you see we had avoir, so at the first person for je, and then here we've got avoir at the second person for tu, you, okay? And it's at the present form here, tu as, and then same thing here, you will have to put this participe passé form, okay, past participle, with an accent here because it belongs to the first group. Tu as regardé la télévision. Okay? So of course, I know that many of you will say, it looks so simple, it's not possible to be so simple in French. And that's true. We will have exceptions. And here we've got a good example. So, il va au travail. Okay, remember, va, it's the form at the present tense for the verb aller. Aller is to go, okay? And so we will see that few verbs, we will have to change a little bit the way to construct the passé composé, because here you can see that in the past tense sentence here, we don't use avoir as we did previously, like with manger, j'ai, tu as, with regarder, okay? But we will use être. Okay, il est, and then you can see here, aller, so participe passé, au travail, at work. Il est allé au travail. Okay, and this will be, well, the first difficulty of the passé composé form. So you should really think about the fact that, well, most of the verbs will be constructed with avoir, okay, and the one that you will construct with the être will be the exceptions, so you will have to remember them by heart, of course, okay? So we'll make a list after. But then, so if we want to make it simple, so just to resume the whole thing first, okay? So normally if you want to construct this passé composé form, then the first part that you will have to put is avoir at the present tense, and then the second part will be this participe passé form, okay, that we will see. And then you will get this passé composé, okay? For the exceptions, as I said, we will have to use être at the present form, then the participe passé form, so you will get this passé composé, okay? Now, let's see the verbs that will require être at the passé composé. The first one that we saw in the example that I gave you previously was aller. Aller is to go, okay? Second one, arriver. Arriver means to arrive. Third one, descendre. Descendre means to go down. Then devenir. Devenir means to become. Then entrer. Entrer, to enter. Monter. Monter, to go up. Mourir. Mourir, to die. Naître. Naître, to born. Partir. Partir, to leave. Rester. Rester, to stay. Retourner. Retourner, to return. Sortir. Sortir, to go out. Tomber. Tomber, to fall. Venir. Venir, to come. Okay? So remember that all these verbs here that we saw will require the verb être at the passé composé form. Okay? So the others will require avoir. Okay? So you can see now that
I mean, most of the verbs will require avoir, okay? And then these verbs will require être, okay? So let's repeat them one more time. Aller, arriver, descendre, devenir, entrer, monter, mourir, naître, partir, rester, retourner, sortir, tomber, venir. Okay? So, let's see the other group of verbs that will all the time require être. And these verbs are, well, what we call this réfléchi, sorry, verbe réfléchi, so I was thinking about the reflexive in English, okay? So, se regarder, for instance, okay? So remember that we've got these verbs like, so regarder is to watch or to look, and then when you put this se regarder, well, basically you will have the meaning like to look or to watch at oneself, okay? And all these verbs will require être, okay? S'appeler as well, to call oneself. Se présenter, to present oneself. So all these verbs, but then more generally, all the verbs constructed with this se form, okay, so to have this reflexive form, will require être. Okay? So now, let's see again one more time, if that's okay with you, the conjugation at the present form of avoir and être, because that's the verbs you will have to use, okay? So avoir, remember, it goes like j'ai, tu as, il a, elle a, so remember, masculine, feminine. Nous avons, so you can put this little liaison, link between the two. Nous avons. Vous avez, same thing here, little link between the two. And then ils ont, so the link as well, the liaison. Elles ont. All right, so j'ai, tu as, il a, elle a, nous avons, vous avez, ils ont, elles ont. Okay, so it's avoir at the present form, so the form you will have to use for the first part of the passé composé, and then être, je suis, tu es, il est, elle est, nous sommes, vous êtes, okay, little liaison here, little link, vous êtes, ils sont, elles sont. Okay, so one more time. Je suis, tu es, il est, elle est, nous sommes, vous êtes, ils sont, elles sont. All right? And so for the second part, so what we call this participe passé, so the past participle, you get to remember that the first group of verbs, so if you remember, they end with this er, okay, so we had parler, regarder, etc. So the infinitive form, like er, will give you a accent aigu at the participe passé. So for example here, we've got parler. Parler is to talk or to speak. So it ends like here with er. You can see that. First group of verbs, so it will go like parler, like that. The funny thing is that phonetically, they are the same. So infinitive parler. So if you remember, we saw that previously. So, I mean, this combination of two letters at the end of the words normally gives the sound e. Okay, parler, and then past participle, participe passé, parler. Same thing here. Regarder, regarder. Okay, and then even the high irregular verb aller, because aller doesn't belong to the first group, even if it ends with er, we saw that previously. But then even this verb will give, well, normal or easy participe passé. Okay, it goes like aller, like that. Okay, so parler, regarder, regarder is to watch, and then aller, aller is to go. Okay, the verbs from the second group. So second group, not all the IR verbs, unfortunately, but most of them. Well, it would be quite simple because this IR will become I. All right, so you will have verb like choisir, choisir is to choose, will become choisi for the participe passé form. Okay, finir, to finish, to end, fini, like that. Unir, to unite, uni. All right, so it's not that difficult. Okay, so choisi, fini, uni. After that, the difficulties are for the third group of verbs, so the irregular ones. So it's usually quite difficult to make some groups and subgroups, but then we can have few examples here, like connaître. Connaître is to know, okay, and it will give you connu, okay. Voir, like OIR, will become vu, all right. Then verbs like partir, okay, even if it doesn't belong to the second group, it will give you parti, okay. Rire, IRE, it will give you ri, okay. Partir, to leave, and then rire, to laugh, okay. Écrire, to write, so IRE will give IT, écrit, okay. Remember that even if you've got this final T, you don't pronounce it, so it goes like écrit. Okay, dire, IRE as well, will give you dit, same thing here, IT, but then you pronounce it I, okay. Écrire, to write, dire, to say. And then mettre, to put, so ETTRE will give you this IS, mi. Same thing here, final S is not pronounced, mi, okay. And then prendre, so ENDRE will give ES, pris, okay. Same thing here, you don't pronounce the final S, okay. So let's see that again. So when you get this être, it will go like U, connaître, connu. Then when you will have this OIR, it will give you U, voir, vu, okay. IR, I, partir, parti. IRE will give you I, rire, ri, okay. IRE here, IT, but then phonetically it's I as well because you don't pronounce the final T, okay. Écrire, écrit. IRE, IT, same group. Dire, dit, okay. Then ETTRE will give you this ES, but then you don't pronounce the S, so you get I. Mettre, mi, and then ENDRE, ES, but then same thing here, the sound I. Prendre, pris, okay. So this is normally the difficulty of the passé composé, to remember the participe passé form, okay. In most of the cases, I tend to tell my student that, well, they should learn them by heart, especially the irregular ones, because after that, I mean, the regular ones are quite easy to handle, but anyway, it's your shot. So let's see a few examples now. So if we take the verb parler, so parler, to speak or to talk, so it goes like j'ai parlé, okay. Tu as parlé, il a parlé, elle a parlé, nous avons parlé, vous avez parlé, ils ont parlé, elles ont parlé. So if you look at it, it's not that difficult, you know. As I said, the only thing first that you should really remember, it's the verb avoir, but then I assume that at this level now, it should be okay for you. And then you've got to, after that, construct it and put this participe passé form. And for the regular verbs like parler, it's quite easy, and phonetically it's the same. So j'ai parlé. Okay? Let's see now a few things that you've got to remember. So if you construct the passé composé form with the verb être, okay, so we saw the exceptions, I mean the verbs that are constructed with être, okay, you will have to remember one important thing. If you've got here the example of il est allé, okay, so you can see that aller goes like that, without anything after. But if you look at the feminine form, elle est allée, so you can see that the difference between the two is that I've been adding this little at the end. So this is the thing that you will have to remember if you construct this passé composé form with être. You will have to put at the end of this participe passé form something according to the gender. So in that case, it's the feminine form. You will have to put a at the end, okay? Or, let's continue. If you've got the plural form like here, il, okay, masculine plural, and that's important, you will have to add this s at the end. And logically, for once in French, if you've got the feminine plural form, so elles here, elles sont allées, you will have to add first this e, so for the feminine, and then s for the plural. Okay, so that's the one, important thing that you will have to remember if you want to construct this passé composé form. Okay, keep in mind one thing. If you want to use French orally, so if you want only to talk, the good thing here, listen to me, il est allé, elle est allée, ils sont allés, elles sont allées. So the good news for you is that even if you write them differently, you will pronounce it the same way. So phonetically, it doesn't change at all, okay? Here you've got aller, aller, even if you've got the final E, you don't pronounce it. Aller, even if you've got the S. Aller, even if you've got this ES, okay? So doesn't change. But if you want to write correctly, you will have to remember that you put this final when you've got a feminine form, so feminine singular form. You will have to put this S if you've got the plural form, so masculine plural, and you will have to add this S if you've got the feminine plural form. Okay? Continuons. So, if we have the full thing for aller, it goes like je suis allé, tu es allé, il est allé, elle est allée, nous sommes allés, vous êtes allés, ils sont allés, elles sont allées. Okay? Let's see as well an example for all these reflexive verbs. Je me suis présenté, tu t'es présenté, il s'est présenté, elle s'est présentée, nous nous sommes présentés, vous vous êtes présentés, ils se sont présentés, elles se sont présentées. Okay? So, the thing that we've got to keep in mind is in most of the cases, you will have to use this avoir at the present form, then this participe passé form, and you will get this passé composé. Okay? In some cases, for the verbs, so the list of verbs we saw, and it's not a long list, so try to remember it. And all the reflexive verbs, you will have to use this être at the present form, then the participe passé. Then you will get this passé composé form. That's it for this lesson. You can go on YouTube/Imagier, and then you can find the next lessons and the previous lessons as well. And if you want more material, imagier.net. Have a great day. Bye bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent, and this is Unité 5, leçon B. In this lesson, we'll work on le participe passé. So in the previous lesson, I introduced the passé composé form, okay? And if you remember, it was quite important to know how to construct this participe passé. So participe passé is a past participle in English. Just because, well, in most of the cases, it is easy for the regular group, so the two first group of verbs that we have in the French language, but for the rest of the verbs, it's a bit tricky, to be honest. Okay, so we'll see that together. But then, so as I said, for the first group, so the group of verbs ending with er, like that, it is quite easy because you only need to take this er away and replace it with accent aigu. Okay, so parler, to talk, to speak, will give you parler. Okay, the good thing for the phonetical part is that it is the same. Parler, parler, you pronounce it the same. Okay, regarder, so to watch, will give you regarder. Okay, and then even this aller verb, so irregular verb, but then it will behave like the regular verbs. So aller will give you aller, accent aigu, like that. Okay. Second group of verbs, not all the er verbs. We'll see that a bit later, but most of them, and it's quite easy as well because you will have to take this er away and just replace it with I. Okay. So choisir, to choose, will give you choisi. Finir will become fini. Unir, uni. Okay, choisir, to choose, finir, to finish or to end, unir, to unite. Okay, so the two first group of verbs are quite easy to modify just to make this participe passé form. Okay, but then the third group is a bit more tricky, so we saw a few examples. So like this one, A-I-T-R-E will become U, connaître, to know, connu. O-I-R, voir, to see, will become U, vu. Okay, I-R, so even if partir doesn't belong to the second group, then it will behave the same way. It will become I, partir, to leave, parti. Rire, I-R-E, same thing here, will become I. Rire, ri. Okay? I-R-E will become I-T. Okay? Écrire, to write, will become écrit. Okay? Remember that phonetically this final T doesn't exist. Okay? So the sound will be only this I, écrit. Alright? Dire, I-R-E, will become I-T, dit. Okay, phonetically, same thing here. You don't pronounce the final T. Mettre, E-T-T-R-E, will become I-S. Final S not pronounced, so mettre, to put, mis. Prendre, so E-N-D-R-E, will become I-S. Same thing here. Final S not pronounced, so prendre, pris. Okay? So we will work now on the two main verbs of the French language. So avoir, to have, and obviously it will be a bit strange. It will become EU, so you will have to write this participe passé form like that. Okay, but you will have to pronounce it U. So remember, main difference or big difference between what you write and what you pronounce. So you write it like that, EU, but then you pronounce it U. Okay, and then être is, well, it's a bit more simple in a way. So it's été. Okay, accent aigu, T, accent aigu, été. All right, so U and then été. All right, so let's see, or let's discover a few groups of verbs. So verbs ending with RIR, okay, will become RU for the participe passé form. So we'll see a few verbs. Courir, couru. Accourir, accouru. Concourir, concouru. Parcourir, parcouru. Now a new group, so NER, so verbs ending with NER, and it will become NU. Okay? Tenir, tenu. Appartenir à, appartenu à. Contenir, contenu. Entretenir, entretenu. And then it continues. maintenir, maintenu. Obtenir, obtenu. Retenir, retenu. Okay? So now another group, so verbs ending with U-I-R-E, and they will become U-I-T, okay, for the participe passé. Let's see. Conduire, conduit. Construire, construit. Cuire, cuit. Détruire, détruit. Instruire, instruit. Okay, so you can notice that even if I put this final T, so as usual, I don't pronounce it. Okay, conduit, construit, cuit, détruit, instruit. Okay, so a few more verbs. Introduire, introduit, produire, produit, réduire, réduit, séduire, séduit, traduire, traduit. Okay, so the same rule because, well, basically it's the same group and then same rule, final T not pronounced, so introduit, produit, réduit, séduit, traduit. Okay? Another group of verbs, so verbs ending with A, I, accent circonflexe, T, R, E, and it will become U. So let's see a few examples. Connaître, connu. Reconnaître, reconnu. Apparaître, apparu. Disparaître, disparu. Paraître, paru. And now let's discover the oudre verbs like coudre, cousu, moudre, moulu, résoudre, résolu. So it's just to show you that, you know, some verbs can be really, really irregular, and it's quite easy in some cases to make some groups and subgroups. So you should learn these verbs and the others, I mean the irregular ones, by heart if you really want to master this participe passé form and all the composed tenses that will use the participe passé. Okay, so but then let's continue the groups. So group of verbs ending with A, I, N, D, R, E, and they will become A, I, N, T. Okay, so a few examples. Craindre, craint. Contraindre, contraint. Plaindre, plaint. Okay, and as usual, final T here is not pronounced, so you get craint, contraint, plaint. Okay. Another group, so E-I-N-D-R-E, and it will become E-I-N-T. Okay, so let's see. Atteindre, atteint. Éteindre, éteint. Feindre, feint. Peindre, peint. Teindre, teint. Okay, as usual, final T not pronounced. Atteint, éteint, feint, peint, teint. Okay? Now the verbs ending with O-I-N-D-R-E, and they will become O-I-N-T. Okay, so let's see. Joindre, joint. Rejoindre, rejoint. Okay? Same thing, final T not pronounced. Joint. So when you get this O-I-N combination of letters, you get the sound ouin. Okay? Joint, and then rejoint. Another group, so verbs ending with O-I-R, so it will become U, or then U accent circonflexe. So even if you put this accent circonflexe, you don't pronounce it, okay? It doesn't change the sound of the letter U, so it's the same phonetically, it's U and then U, okay? A few examples. Décevoir, déçu. Apercevoir, aperçu. concevoir, conçu, recevoir, reçu, devoir, dû, mouvoir, mu. All right? And now another group, so IRE, and they will become I for the participe passé form, okay? Rire, rit. Sourire, sourit. Suffire, suffit. Okay? That's it for the irregular and regular participe passé form. So you can find other lessons on YouTube at the following address here. And then if you want more material, well, check my website here, imagier.net. Have a great day. Bye-bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. This is Unité 5, leçon C. And in this lesson, we'll discover together how we can say what time it is in French. So, l'heure. Are you ready? Let's start now. So, let's take this simple and interesting example. So, you get this one. So, you will have the chance or the possibility to use two options or two forms. The first one, il est. Okay, so we will use this verb être to introduce the time, and we will use this il form. So don't think of it like he, okay? But then that's the form that we'll use, okay? Il est 6 heures. All right, so heure, you write it like that. Remember, H is not pronounced, okay? So it goes like heure. Il est 6 heures. If you want to be more precise, you can use this morning word, okay? So it would be like in the morning, but then morning, okay? Il est 6 heures du matin. Okay, so in that case, you just want to insist on the fact that it's not in the afternoon, okay, but it's in the morning. Il est 6 heures du matin. Okay, so now another example, quite important, because normally French people tend to start to eat at that time. So first option would be il est 12, okay, because that's the number, 12 heures. Okay, and then the other option, il est midi. Okay, so midi will be the expression we will use instead of this 12 heures. Okay, midi. Quite easy to pronounce. Il est midi. Okay, same thing here. We've got two options. The first one would be il est 15 heures. Okay, because that's the number. 15. Il est 15 heures. All right. And then the other option we would have is to use 3 instead of 15. Okay. And then we can put après-midi, afternoon. Okay. Il est 3 heures de l'après-midi. Il est 3 heures de l'après-midi. Okay, so first option, like the official one, il est 15 heures. Okay, and the less formal one, the one that maybe you will use if you're discussing with friends or colleagues, il est 3 heures de l'après-midi. Il est 18 heures. Okay, il est 18 heures. All right, so that's the number, 18, okay? Or then you can use this 6, okay? And in that case, when we use this 6 heures, we tend to think that, well, that's the limit. It's not really the afternoon, it's the beginning of the evening, so we use soir. D'accord? Il est 6 heures du soir. First option, il est 18 heures. Second possibility, il est 6 heures du soir. Okay? And now, il est 21 heures. So you don't say un, you say une. So 21, just because heure is feminine. So that's the reason why you've got to put this feminine form here. Il est 21 heures. All right. Or then the other option, il est 9 heures du soir. Il est 9 heures du soir. Okay? Here. Il est 24 heures. Okay, 24. 24 heures. Or then, il est minuit. Il est minuit. So minuit would be like midnight, okay? Il est minuit. So now, if we want to introduce the minutes, les minutes, first option would be il est 17h10. Okay, keep in mind that in French we don't write minute here, okay? Just write 10. 17h10. Okay. Or then, il est 5h10. Il est 19h15. Okay, 15. 15. Or then, we've got the other option. It's to use this écart. Écart. Il est 7h15. First one, il est 19h15. Or then, il est 7h15. Il est 15h30. 30. Or then, il est 3h30. Il est 3h30. And now, if we're going after 30, so, for example, here, we've got il est 7h35. So that's the first possibility. 35, 35. Okay, but then as in many languages, it's possible to say minus something. Okay, in that case, it would be 25. So you can say il est 8 heures moins. Moins means minus. 25, 25. Il est 8 heures moins 25. Okay? And you can see that here as well, we don't use the minute word after. Just put the numbers. Okay? Il est 8 heures moins 25. Il est 9h45. Il est 9h45. 45, 45. Or, other option, il est 10 heures moins le quart. Moins le quart. Il est 10 heures moins le quart. Il est 11h55. 55, 55. Or then, il est midi, remember, noon, il est midi moins 5. Il est midi moins 5. I hope it was clear for you. You can check on YouTube. I've got many lessons. So the next and the previous lessons are here. Okay, and then more material can be found at the following address. Have a great day. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. This is Unité 5, leçon D. And in this lesson, we'll see vocabulary and then vocabulary connected to la maison, the house. So let's start now. La maison, l'appartement, l'appartement, l'étage, l'étage, l'escalier, l'escalier, la porte d'entrée, la porte d'entrée, le garage, le garage. Okay, so one more time. L'appartement, so it's the masculine form, by the way. L'étage, same thing here, masculine word. L'escalier, same thing here, masculine. La porte d'entrée. Le garage. Okay, so let's continue now. La cave. Les poubelles. La cheminée. L'ascenseur. Le portail. Okay, so la cave. Les poubelles. So here you've got the plural form, but then if you want to put the singular form, it would be la poubelle. Okay, so you know now, sorry, that it's a feminine word. La cheminée. L'ascenseur, okay, and it's masculine. Le portail. Let's continue. La sonnette. Le balcon. Le toit. La fenêtre. Le grenier. Okay, so la sonnette, le balcon, le toit, remember, final T not pronounced, la fenêtre, le grenier. Remember this ER here at the end will give you the sound E, nier, grenier. Okay? Okay, that's it for this lesson. It was a short one, but quite useful. If you want to check for the next lessons and all the lessons, you can find them here, youtube.com/imagier. I'm going too fast. And then if you want more material, then you can find them here. Okay, have a great day. Bye-bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. This is Unité 5, leçon E. And let's discover what we'll see today. Today we'll work on les adjectifs qualificatifs. So adjectives that are really, really useful, and we'll see that in most of the cases, well, we will put this adjective after the name. Okay, so let's see a few examples now. The first one, travailleur, travailleuse. So when it comes to adjective, you've got to keep in mind that, of course, as usual in French, we will have the difference between the masculine form and the feminine form. And after this page, we'll see the same page, but then for the plural version, because, of course, we will have the difference between the singular and the plural form. Okay, so travailleur, masculine, so I will put always the first form here at the masculine form and then the feminine form here, travailleuse. Okay, so let's see another example. Heureux, heureuse. Aventureux, aventureuse. Merveilleux, merveilleuse. Sérieux, sérieuse. Joyeux, joyeuse. Paresseux, paresseuse. Naturel, naturel. So here you can see that we write them differently, but then phonetically they are the same. Listen, naturel, naturel. Okay, same way of saying them. Léger, légère. Régulier, régulière. Blanc, blanche. And so for these adjectives and others as well, you should put them after the name, après le nom. Okay, so let's see now the exact same adjective, but then at the plural form. Okay, so you can see that travailleur, you will only need to add this final S here. So phonetically it's the same, travailleur singular form without the S, and then travailleur plural form with the S, it's the same. Feminine form, travailleuse, same rule and same phonetical thing. You don't pronounce the final S, so you get travailleuse. Okay? Travailleur, travailleuse. Then, heureux, doesn't change. Heureuse, final S, not pronounced. Aventureux, doesn't change. Aventureuse, final S, not pronounced. Merveilleux, doesn't change. Merveilleuse, so final S, and then, what a surprise, you don't pronounce it. Sérieux, sérieuse. Joyeux, joyeuse. Paresseux, paresseuse. Naturel, naturel. Léger, légère. Régulier, régulière. Blanc, blanche. Okay, so remember, they will come after the name, après le nom. Okay, but then, so, oh, sorry, we've got some examples now. C'est un homme travailleur. J'aime la viande froide. Voici une femme heureuse. Nous prenons un repas léger. All right? So if we take 1 minute to look at it, you've got here travailleur, froide, heureuse, léger. So they are adjectives, okay? And then you've got to keep in mind that you will have to put whether the masculine or the feminine, singular or plural form according to the word it is connected to. In that case here, you've got un homme, it's a man, okay, so masculine. You can see here that it's the singular form, it's un. So you've got to put this adjective at the masculine singular form, travailleur, like that, okay? In that case here, you've got la viande, the meat, sorry. So you can see here that it's singular and it's feminine because it's la, the article la, okay? So you will put froid, so it's cold, okay? You will put it at the feminine form with the final okay, but not the plural because it's only the, here, the singular form. And then here we've got une femme, a woman, okay? So feminine article, une, okay, and it's the singular form, so heureuse, here, feminine form, singular form. And then the last one, repas, it's a meal, okay, and here you can see that you've got the article, so it's the singular and it's the masculine, so léger, light, should be at the masculine singular form. All right? So let's see now adjectives that will come before the word, the name or the word if you want. Okay, so let's see them. And we've got beau, belle. Bon, bonne. Grand, grande. Gros, grosse. Jeune. So it's interesting here because you've got only one form. For the masculine and the feminine, it doesn't change. Joli, jolie. Mauvais, mauvaise. Nouveau, nouvelle. Petit, petite. Vieux, vieille. Autre, same thing here as for jeune, only one form. Okay, so these adjectives will come before the word or before the name. Okay, so we'll see now the plural version, and it's beau. Okay, so you put this X at the end, but then you don't pronounce it, so it's beau. All right, belle. Bon, bonne. Final S not pronounced. Grand, grande. Gros, grosse. Jeune. Joli, jolie. Mauvais, mauvaise. Nouveau, nouvelle. Petit, petite. Vieux, vieille. Autre. All right, so let's see now. Important thing, so we've got some adjectives like beau, so the one we just saw previously, so beau, and then we will have this belle form as well for the masculine form. So let's see here the reason why. So in the first sentence, merci pour ce beau cadeau. So thank you for this beautiful gift. Okay, merci pour ce beau cadeau. So in this sentence, so as we saw previously, we've got to put it beau, so the adjective before the word, so cadeau here, gift. And then cadeau is masculine, so we should put the beau form that we saw previously. In the second example here, voici un bel homme. So you could ask me the question, why do you put this belle form instead of beau? Because homme, well, it's masculine, yes. The reason is that it starts with the sound O, because if you remember carefully, H is not pronounced, so H doesn't exist phonetically. And then, for aesthetical reasons, of course, we tend to think that if we would have this beau here and then homme, we would get this sentence. Voici un beau homme. Doesn't sound nice, so we've got to put this belle form here instead of beau. Okay, so it does mean that for all the situation when you will have a word starting whether with a vowel or H and the vowel, so the H is not pronounced, you will have to put this belle form instead of beau. Okay, remember you pronounce it belle, so like the feminine version, but then you write it B-E-L. Okay, voici un bel homme, here is a beautiful man, voici un bel homme. Okay, so now you can see the feminine form. In that case, it's quite simple because it doesn't change at all. C'est une belle table. It's a beautiful table. C'est une belle table. Okay, and then, quelle belle femme. Quelle belle femme. What a beautiful lady. Plural form. Okay. In that case, you get to remember that you will have to put this de preposition here before. Okay. Ils ont de beaux enfants. Okay. And if you want to be purist, then you should put the little liaison here, the little link between the two. Ils ont de beaux enfants. Ils ont, here you've got this link as well. Ils ont de beaux enfants. Okay, so voici de belles promesses. Voici de belles promesses. Same thing if you want to use nouveau. Okay, you will have two versions for the masculine form. So you will have nouveau and then nouvelle. So remember, if you have words, like in that case, ordinateur, masculine words starting with a vowel or the sound of a vowel. Okay? Example here, voici le nouveau chef. Okay, in that case, chef, masculine, doesn't start with the sound of a vowel, so you just put the normal nouveau adjective. Voici le nouveau chef. In the second sentence here, you've got ordinateur. Okay, remember, it starts with O, so the sound of a vowel. J'aime mon nouvel ordinateur. Nouvelle, phonetically you pronounce it like the feminine version, but then you write it N-O-U-V-E-L. Okay, we'll see. This is the feminine version, so it goes like double L-E. Okay, phonetically it is the same, but you write it differently. For the feminine version, it's quite easy because it doesn't change. Elle a acheté une nouvelle voiture. Elle a acheté une nouvelle voiture. C'est la nouvelle copine de mon frère. C'est la nouvelle copine de mon frère. And then for the plural form, encore de nouveaux problèmes. Encore de nouveaux problèmes. Ils veulent de nouvelles explications. Same thing here, if you want to make the little liaison. Ils veulent de nouvelles explications. All right, remember, it was exactly the same thing. You've got to put this de, and you don't put des, okay? But you put de in both of the cases if it's for the plural form, whether masculine or feminine. You don't put des, but you put de, okay? So let's see now, vieux. So vieux behaves like the two previous adjectives we saw. So you will have one version for the masculine form, or two versions, sorry, for the masculine form. So this one, the official way, and then the second one for the verbs or for the words who are starting with the sound of a vowel, like here, arbre. Okay, so for a normal word, so like chien here, dog, so you don't have the sound of a vowel at the beginning. So il a un vieux chien. Okay, and here, c'est un vieil arbre. C'est un vieil arbre. Feminine form, vieille. Okay. J'ai une très vieille voiture. J'ai une très vieille voiture. C'est une vieille table. C'est une vieille table. And then for the plural form, voici de vieux journaux. So same rule, remember, if you want to put this des, you shouldn't put des but de instead. Okay, voici de vieux journaux. Okay, when you put the article les, it doesn't change and it's not a problem. J'aime les vieilles maisons. J'aime les vieilles maisons. All right. So it was a first step, but quite important, into this adjective qualificative world. If you want to check for the next lesson, well, it's here in YouTube, and it's Imagier, and the website is here, imagier.net, if you want more material. Have a great day. Bye bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. This is Unité 5, leçon F. Okay, and in this lesson we'll try to see together, well, les questions, the questions, the way to ask things, and especially I would like to see or to show you the difference between, well, what we could call conversation courante, so the two options, and then the last one, it would be the langue officielle, or the written way you could well, produce these questions. So as in many languages, we've got well, difference between what you can produce orally and what you will have to write. Okay, so if we tend to think that the last option would be the formal or the official way to ask a question, and then the two first options would be less formal, so the way you could ask questions if you're talking to friends, colleagues, or persons you are connected to. Okay, so let's start with the first example. So the first one, if you want to know, well, the name of who is the teacher of someone, okay, so the first option would be ton prof c'est qui? Second option, so you can say that it's a bit longer, so we tend to use this qui est-ce qui, you know, this est-ce qui that we tend to add, especially at the oral form, okay? Qui est-ce qui est ton prof? All right. So the important thing here for the oral and less formal questions is that you will have to raise your voice at the end. So clearly it should go like do 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 do, and then at the end, hop, you raise a little bit your voice. Okay. Ton prof, c'est qui? All right. You can hear ton prof, c'est qui? Qui est-ce qui est ton prof? Qui est-ce qui est ton prof? And the official or the formal way, and it's, well, basically it's not that difficult or that long, okay? But then normally, if you want to ask a question correctly, the official way, it should go like you start with the question. So qui, okay, who, and then verb est ton prof. Qui est ton prof? Qui est ton prof? Okay, first one. Ton prof, c'est qui? Qui est-ce qui est ton prof? Qui est ton prof? All right. Let's see another one. So if you want to ask where someone is living, il habite où? So technically you just put the words in the normal order. So il, he, habite, lives, où, where. So in that case, you will have to raise your voice as well. Il habite où? Il habite où? Second option, you will have to add, as we had previously, this est-ce, okay? Où est-ce qu'il habite? Où est-ce qu'il habite? Okay, first one. Il habite où? Où est-ce qu'il habite? And the last one, the official one. So we start with où, where. Then we put the verb, okay? Here, habiter, to live. And then after that, we put the subject, il, okay? And as we've got here a vowel and here a vowel, we will have to add this T letter and then trait d'union or tiret here, okay? So you've got this, où habite-t-il? Où habite-t-il? Okay, this is the more formal one. First one, il habite où? Second one, où est-ce qu'il habite? Last one, où habite-t-il? All right, so let's see another one. So if you want to know what someone is doing in the evening, tu fais quoi? So you do, and then quoi? What? Ce soir, this evening. Tu fais quoi ce soir? Okay, remember, you've got to raise your voice. Tu fais quoi ce soir? Again, tu fais quoi ce soir? Second option, we will have to add this est-ce que, as we did previously. Okay. Qu'est-ce que tu fais ce soir? Qu'est-ce que tu fais ce soir? Qu'est-ce que tu fais ce soir? All right. And the last one. As usual, you know, we start with the que, what. Then we've got the verb, fait, so to do. Then you've got the subject, tu, ce soir, this evening. Que fais-tu ce soir? Que fais-tu ce soir? Okay, so let's see them one more time. The two less formal. Tu fais quoi ce soir? Qu'est-ce que tu fais ce soir? Que fais-tu ce soir? And now if you want, well, to know the profession of two persons, in that case, they are ladies or girls, okay? Elles font quoi comme métier? So métier is profession, as a profession. Elles font quoi? Remember, faire is to do, okay? Elles font quoi comme métier? Second option, sorry. Qu'est-ce qu'elles font comme métier? So we add this esque one more time here for the second informal way of asking a question. Qu'est-ce qu'elles font comme métier? And then the more formal one, we start with the question. So, quel? In that case, we put the masculine form because métier, profession, is a masculine word. Okay, so quel est, what is, their métier, profession. Quel est leur métier? What is their profession? Quel est leur métier? Okay, so the less formal, elles font quoi comme métier? Second one, qu'est-ce qu'elles font comme métier? And the last one, quel est leur métier? So if you want the name of someone, remember that we use this s'appeler verb. Okay, so it's a reflexive verb. So that's the reason why you've got this vous. Okay, so the first way of asking the name of a person, well, you use this vous, okay, because it's the polite form anyway, because you don't know the person. So definitely you should use this vous, but then of course you can use this informal way of asking the name of a person. In that case, you just keep the normal order of the vous appelez. So you call yourself, and then comment, how. All right. Vous vous appelez comment? Remember, as usual, raise a little bit your voice at the end. Okay. Vous vous appelez comment? Vous vous appelez comment? All right. Second option, and well, you can see now, because we've been seeing a few examples before, you can see that the second option with this est-ce que, okay, well, it's informal in a way, but then it can be quite heavy for beginners to produce, because you've got to use this est-ce que form. So normally it's quite important to recognize it and then know that it's possible. If you want to use it, well, it's an option. If you don't want to use it and then you want to use a less formal way of asking a question, I would advise you to use the first one. Okay, but then it's possible. So, comment est-ce que vous vous appelez? Comment est-ce que vous vous appelez? Comment est-ce que vous vous appelez? Okay, and then the last one. So the last one, the more formal one, as usually we start with the question, comment, how, okay? And then here you can see that you will have this vous, and then you will have the verb, appeler, and then you will have the vous here. So it's a bit tricky at the beginning, but then just try to remember that, because it will be always the same way to produce or to create a question when you will have these impersonal verbs. Okay? Comment vous appelez-vous? Comment vous appelez-vous? Okay, first one. Vous vous appelez comment? Second one. Comment est-ce que vous vous appelez? Last one. Comment vous appelez-vous? Okay? So it was a first step into the questions. We'll have the chance to work on that a bit later. If you want to check the channel, it's here. Okay, and then the website is here if you want more material. Have a great day. Bye bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. This is Unité 5, leçon G. And in this lesson, we'll see together the passé composé form of the verb avoir. Avoir is to have, so it's quite important. So let's discover it together. First form is j'ai eu. Okay, remember the difficulty with avoir at the past form. So first, remember that we saw in the previous lesson how to construct this passé composé form. So you've got to use whether avoir or être here. In that case, it's avoir at the present form. And then the second part, it's what we call the participe passé. Okay. And then, of course, for avoir, it's a bit tricky. You write it like that, eu, but then phonetically, what you will have to pronounce is u. Okay? So you get j'ai eu. All right? J'ai eu. Tu as eu. Il a eu, masculine form. Il a eu, feminine form, elle a eu. So here, let's make the little liaison, the little link between everything. Nous avons eu. Nous avons eu. Vous avez eu. Vous avez eu. Ils ont eu. Elles ont eu. Okay, so let's see them one more time. J'ai eu. Tu as eu. Il a eu. Feminine form. Elle a eu. Nous avons eu. Vous avez eu. Ils ont eu. Elles ont eu. All right. It was a short lesson, I know, but it is really, really important. So definitely you should know this verb avoir by heart, okay? If you know it by heart, then the next lesson is there, okay? And then if you want more material, well, the website is here, okay? Have a great day. Bye-bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. This is Unité 5, leçon H. And in this lesson, we'll work on le passé composé and especially the form for être, the verb être. Être is to be, remember. So we saw previously how to construct this passé composé form, okay? So I won't explain that again. If you don't know how to make it, then check the previous lessons because you can find the passé composé lesson, okay? So we'll only focus on this form of être. Être is to be, okay? And the first form is j'ai été. J'ai été. Tu as été. Tu as été. So masculine form here. Il a été. Feminine form. Elle a été. And then here, we'll make some liaison. Nous avons été. Nous avons été. Vous avez été. Vous avez été. Ils ont été. Okay, so you make the little liaison here as well, between the ont and été with the t. Ont été. Ils ont été. Elles ont été. Alright? So one thing that really you should remember is that even if it's être to be, then you will have to construct it with avoir. Okay? So, j'ai été, tu as été, il a été, elle a été, nous avons été, vous avez été, ils ont été, elles ont été. Okay? It was a short lesson. I know, like the previous one, it was with avoir, but then conjugation is really important. So you should know it by heart. If you do, then next lesson is here and more material can be found here. Have a great day. Bye-bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. This is Unité 5, leçon I. And in this lesson, so it will be a short one as well, we will discover together the passé composé form of the verb aller. Aller is to go, okay? And remember that aller is one of the tricky verbs in at the passé composé form because it will use être and not avoir as most of the verbs, okay? So that's the reason why here you will have the form je suis allé. Okay, and then you can make the liaison here. Je suis allé. Je suis allé. Tu es allé. Tu es allé. Il est allé. Il est allé. You've got this little liaison between the two. Il est allé. Feminine form. Elle est allée. Okay, so have a look here. Remember, if you don't know that already, then I would advise you to check the lesson on the passé composé that we did previously. Okay, so you've got to add this feminine mark at the end of your participe passé here, just because elle is feminine, and then you're using this être verb to construct the passé composé. That's the reason why. Phonetically, it doesn't exist. You don't pronounce it, so you get elle est allée. And then for the masculine form, il est allé. So aller is pronounced the same way. But still, you have to write it, okay? Same thing that if you get to put the plural form, then you will have to add this S mark of the plural at the end of your participe passé form here, okay? Nous sommes allés. You don't pronounce it, okay? But you write it. Nous sommes allés. Vous êtes allés. Vous êtes allés. Same thing here. You put it, but you don't pronounce it. And then here, masculine form, ils sont allés. So masculine plural, you put this S. Ils sont allés. Little liaison between the two. Ils sont allés. Elles sont allées. Feminine and plural here. Okay, S, you don't pronounce them, but still you've got to write them. And then this little liaison here. Elles sont allées. Okay, so let me repeat the whole thing for you. Je suis allé. Tu es allé. Il est allé. Elle est allée. Nous sommes allés. Vous êtes allés. Ils sont allés. Elles sont allées. Remember it by heart, s'il vous plaît. If you do, then next lesson is here, and then more material can be found at this address. Okay, have a great day. Bye-bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. This is Unité 5, leçon J. And in this lesson, we'll refresh your memory and try to see together the passé composé form of the verb parler. Parler is to speak or to talk. Okay, so let's discover it right now. First person, j'ai parlé. Tu as parlé. Il a parlé. Elle a parlé. Nous avons parlé. Vous avez parlé. Ils ont parlé. Elles ont parlé. Alright? So remember, passé composé, you've got to use two parts. The first one, avoir in that case, and then what we call participe passé. This participe passé form, as you can see, doesn't change for all the persons. You will have to put avoir at the present tense here. Okay? J'ai parlé. Tu as parlé. Il a parlé. Feminine form, elle a parlé. Nous avons parlé. Little liaison here. Nous avons parlé. Vous avez parlé. Same thing here. Little liaison. Ils ont parlé. Same thing here. Ils ont. Elles ont parlé. Okay? Regular verb, quite easy to remember. Next lesson is here. And more material can be found at the following address. Have a great day. Bye-bye. Bonjour à tous. Hi everyone and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. This is Unité 5, leçon K. And in this lesson, we'll finish the whole thing that we started with le passé composé. Okay, so we'll just see one more time the passé composé form of finir. Finir is to finish or to end. Okay, and let's see how it goes. J'ai fini. J'ai fini. Tu as fini. Tu as fini. Il a fini. Feminine form, elle a fini. Nous avons fini. Nous avons fini. Vous avez fini. Vous avez fini. Ils ont fini. Elles ont fini. Okay, so let's see them one more time. Remember, as we saw previously, you've got avoir here, and then you've got fini. So this participe passé form, the second form that you've got to add to construct the passé composé. And fini doesn't change. It's here all the time, and it's written the same way, okay? J'ai fini. Tu as fini. Il a fini. Elle a fini. Nous avons fini. Vous avez fini. Ils ont fini. Elles ont fini. Alright? So it's quite easy if you tend to think about the whole thing. But then if you're not sure about the way you should construct this passé composé form, remember that I've been doing this unité 5 leçon A. So it's a big thing regarding the passé composé. So I would advise you to check it, and it can be found here. Okay, if you want more material, then it's imagier.net. Have a great day. Bye bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent, and this is Unité 5, leçon L. And in this lesson, we'll discover together les unités de mesure. Okay, so let's start. 1 millimètre. Les millimètres. 1 centimètre. Les centimètres. 1 mètre. Les mètres. 1 kilomètre. Les kilomètres. 1 mètre carré. Les mètres carrés. 1 litre. Les litres. 1 gramme. Les grammes. 1 kilo. 1 kilogramme. Les kilos. Les kilogrammes. Okay, so that's it for this lesson. I just wanted to put, well, the singular form and the plural form just for you to know whether it's masculine or feminine at the singular, and then just to check and to remember that you notice that at the plural form you will have to put this final S, but then you don't pronounce it. Okay, so you can check for the next lesson or the previous lessons on YouTube, and it's right here. Okay, and then the website imagier.net waits for you. Bye bye, have a great day. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. This is Unité 5, leçon M. And in this lesson, we'll discover, well, some false friends, as we say, les faux amis. So they look the same in English and in French, but then the meaning is different. Okay, so let's start now. And then the first one, it will be travailler. Travailler. Okay, remember when you get this I and then double L like that and a vowel. Y. Travailler. Okay, travailler, and it means to work. Okay. Sympathique. Remember the H is not pronounced. Sympathique. Okay, and it means friendly, nice. Then rester. Rester. Regular verb from the first group, easy to conjugate. Rester, okay, and it means to stay, to remain. Then la monnaie. Monnaie, okay, final not pronounced. La monnaie, okay, and it means small change. Le magasin. Le magasin. Okay, remember you've got only one S between two vowels. Then you get the sound Z, alright? And then the ending here is IN, so it's nasal, it goes in your nose, and it's un. Magasin. Okay, and it's shop. Alright? Then la librairie. Okay, remember I here, librairie, final not pronounced. La librairie. Okay, and it's a bookshop. Then la journée. La journée, final not pronounced, and it's day. Grand, final day not pronounced. Okay, G-R, gr, 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 and then the nasal en, grand. Okay, and it means big or tall. Then gentil. So remember this final L is not pronounced. Gentil, gentil, and it's nice or kind. then attendre, attendre. Remember, final you don't insist on it, it just gives you the possibility to pronounce the dr, dr. Okay, so attendre, attendre. All right, and it's to wait. That's it for the introduction for these false friends, okay, les faux amis. If you want more, it's here, youtube.com/imagier, okay, and more material can be found here. Okay, have a great day. Bye-bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. This is Unité 5, leçon N. And in this lesson, we'll discover vocabulary regarding le corps humain. Le corps humain. So let's start now. La tête. La tête. L'épaule. L'épaule. Okay, so in that case, I did put this F here just to indicate you that it's feminine, okay, because you cannot see it here with the article L, okay? L'épaule. La poitrine. La poitrine. Le tronc. Le tronc, okay, remember, final C is not pronounced here. Le tronc, okay? L'estomac. L'estomac, okay, same thing here, final C not pronounced, and then M means that this word, estomac, is masculine, okay? L'estomac. La hanche. La hanche. Remember, H here is not pronounced, so you get the sound en, hanche at the beginning. Le poignet. Le poignet. So this combination of ET at the end will basically open the sound. So you get poignet. Okay, remember, G-N, poignet, le poignet. La cuisse. La cuisse. Double S and then two vowels before and after. It will give you a really strong S sound, okay? Cuisse, cuisse, la cuisse. Le genou, le genou. La jambe, la jambe. Okay, remember, A-M, when you combine these two, basically it's just like A-N, so it's nasal and it's en. Okay, so you get la jambe. La cheville. La cheville. Remember, double L like that after I, y, y. Cheville. Le pied. Le pied. Le dos. Le dos. Final S not pronounced. Okay? Le dos. Le cou. Le cou. Le bras. Le bras. Same thing here. Final S not pronounced. Le bras. Le coude. Le coude. So it's actually quite funny because the only difference between these two is this d at the end. Okay, so here in this one you've got le cou. Okay, and then the second one here is le coude. Okay, remember, you don't insist on this final E, it only gives you the sound of D at the end. Le coude, okay? Le nombril. Le nombril. Le doigt de pied. Le doigt de pied. La main. La main. So this combination A-I-N is quite interesting because it will give you the sound un. So it's really a nasal, it goes in your nose, okay? And it's un. Main. La main. Le doigt. Le doigt. Okay, so don't be frightened by this G because basically you don't pronounce it and then the final T you don't pronounce it. So the only thing you get to pronounce is this combination of three word or letters, sorry, here. D, O, I, okay? O, I, it's wa, and then D, doigt. That's the only thing. Doigt, le doigt, okay? Le pouce, le pouce. L'ongle, l'ongle, okay? I forgot to write it, but it's masculine, okay? L'ongle. La peau, la peau, okay? Remember this combination of three vowels. Well, it's quite rare in France, but then, well, you can see it's, but then, so the sound that you will have to pronounce when you've got these three vowels combined together, it's the sound O, okay? So really simple, O, okay? So you get la peau, okay? La peau. That's it. If you want more, then the address is here, youtube.com/imagier, and then the website is here. If you want to see more material, or then write me a beautiful letter or a mail. Okay, have a great day. Bye-bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. This is Unité 5, leçon O. Okay, and in this lesson we'll discover le visage, the face. So we just saw the human body previously, and so we'll continue with le visage, if that's okay with you. Let's hope so. So let's start now. Les sourcils. Les sourcils. Okay, so it's quite strange because you get this LS at the end, but then, well, you don't pronounce them. Les sourcils. L'œil. L'œil. Strange combination of vowels here, okay? And then you will get the sound and then y. Œil. Alright? And it's masculine, by the way. Un œil, l'œil. Okay? Plural form, les yeux. Okay, so that's the tricky thing when you compare the singular form and the plural form. Okay, so l'œil, singular, and then the plural, les yeux. Okay, you make this liaison between the two. Les yeux. Okay, final X not pronounced. Les yeux. Les cils. Les cils. Final S not pronounced. Les cils. La joue. La joue. Final E not pronounced here. La joue. La gorge. La gorge. Okay, remember when you've got this combination G and O, you get the sound go, go. Okay, so gorge. And then G and E gives J. La gorge. La gorge. Le front. Final T not pronounced. Le front. Okay, remember this nasal on, on. Le front. Le menton. Okay, same thing here. So you get two nasal. The first one here, en, and then the second one here, on. Le menton. L'oreille. Remember, when you get this I-L-L and then a vowel, it's y. L'oreille. Alright? And it's feminine, by the way. Une oreille, l'oreille. Le nez. So remember when you get this combination, a Z here at the end of a word, it's E. Le nez. Le nez. La bouche. So remember, CH combined together will give you this sh sound. La bouche. Okay? La lèvre. Remember, accent grave here. Really open. La lèvre. La lèvre. La bouche. Again, I don't know why. Don't ask me. I was tired when I made this one. So, la bouche. One more time. La langue. Remember when we've got this G and then U and then E, we get the sound G, G. Because when you combine this G and then E, remember it was the sound J. Okay, so you get to put this U between the two to get the sound G, G. So you get la langue, langue. Okay? La dent, final T not pronounced. La dent. Les cordes vocales. Les cordes vocales. So you can notice that as usual in French, you've got this mark of the plural at the end, S, and then S here as well, but you don't pronounce them, okay? Les cordes vocales. All right, so now you've got few more words. If you want more, it's here, and then more material can be found on the website imagier.net. Have a great day. Au revoir. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. This is Unité 5, Leçon P. And in this lesson we'll discover quite important little words or expressions that belong to this group that we call indicateurs de temps. So if you want to introduce some sentences or concept at the past, present or future tenses, then you will have to use them. So let's start now with the past, le passé, okay? And then the first one is hier. Hier means yesterday, okay? Hier. So remember, this H here is not pronounced, okay? So hier. Then la semaine dernière, okay? So it's last week, okay? But then if you look carefully, we've got la semaine, so semaine means week, okay? And then dernière is coming after, okay? So la semaine dernière. And in that case, if you look carefully as well, you get dernière, so it's the feminine form because la semaine, la is a feminine word. Okay, so la semaine dernière, last week. And then we've got this autrefois, so it could be translated like in olden days or in olden times, okay? Autrefois, so A-U, autrefois, final S not pronounced, okay? Autrefois. Then for the present now, we've got aujourd'hui means today, okay? So don't be afraid by this word because it looks a bit scary if you look at it like that, but take the time to, well, divide it. So the first one, A-U-O, jour, and then d'hui, okay? H is not pronounced, so you only get this d'hui thing. Aujourd'hui, aujourd'hui, and it means today, okay? Then cette semaine, okay? So we've got here what we call adjective démonstratif, okay? This, cette, okay? And it's at the feminine form, cette, and then semaine, week, this week, cette semaine. All right, and then maintenant, okay, normally we tend not to pronounce this okay, so we get this maintenant, maintenant, okay, now. For the future now, we've got demain, and it means tomorrow. Demain, remember, when you combine this A-I-N, you get the sound un, demain, demain, okay, then la semaine prochaine. So it's next week, okay? And as we had for the past tense here, we had la semaine dernière, okay? So last week and dernière was coming after semaine. Exactly the same concept. So you will have to put prochaine, so it's the feminine form here, after la semaine, okay? So next week, la semaine prochaine. And then bientôt, okay? Remember you put this accent circonflexe but you don't write it. You write it but you don't pronounce it. And then the final T is not pronounced. Bientôt, okay? And then you could translate this bientôt as soon, okay? So something that will happen in the future, all right? So let's see them one more time. First one, hier. Second one, la semaine dernière. Then autrefois, aujourd'hui, cette semaine, maintenant, or then maintenant, okay? Demain, la semaine prochaine, and then bientôt. Alright, so that's it for this lesson. The channel is here, youtube.com/imagier, and the website is here, www.imagier.net. Have a great day. Bye-bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent, and this is Unité 5, leçon Q. And in this lesson we'll discover together l'expression de la quantité. So it's quite important, so I would like you to take a few minutes to watch carefully this video. And we'll start right now. L'expression de la quantité. So the first thing that we'll discover together, it's plusieurs. So plusieurs means several, okay? And so the way you will have to construct it is that after that you will have to add a noun, a noun, okay? But then keep in mind that it should be at the plural form, okay? So several, and then followed by a noun at the plural form. So let's see a few examples now. J'ai invité plusieurs amis. J'ai invité plusieurs amis. Okay, so remember, j'ai invité, so it's the past form of inviter, to invite. Okay, plusieurs, and then amis, friends. Okay, j'ai invité plusieurs amis. Second example, il y a, there is, plusieurs enfants, kids, dans le jardin, in the garden. Il y a plusieurs enfants dans le jardin. Okay? And then, elle a fait plusieurs gâteaux. So, faire here at the passé composé form. Plusieurs, faire, sorry, it means to do, okay? Plusieurs gâteaux, cake, okay? So, what you can see here is that ami here is with S, so it's the plural form, okay? Here, right after plusieurs, you've got enfant with S at the plural form, and then here you've got that gâteau with X, so it's the plural form. All right? So let's see now the second one. Quelques, you don't pronounce the final S here. Quelques means few, okay? And same thing as we had previously, you will have to add a noun at the plural form, okay? So let's see the first example. J'ai rencontré, rencontrer is to meet, so it's the past form. J'ai rencontré quelques collègues. J'ai rencontré quelques collègues. Okay, second example. Nous avons, so it's avoir, to have at the present form, quelques petits problèmes, petit, small, problème, problem, avec lui, with him. Nous avons quelques petits problèmes avec lui. Okay, and then the last example. Elle a mangé quelques bonbons. Oh, we get two dots here, I don't know why, but only one is enough. Elle a mangé quelques bonbons. Okay, so manger here is to eat, past form, and then bonbons, candies. So same thing here, if you look carefully, you've got collègue with S, so plural form. Okay, here it's quite interesting because we've got this adjective petit, small, little, but then it's still at the plural form with S, and problème at the plural form as well, okay? And then bonbon here at the plural form with S as well, okay? So now, other possibility would be ne, and then aucun masculine form, or aucune feminine form. So no or not any, okay? And after that, you will have to put a name, or a noun, sorry, at the singular form. Okay, so ne aucun, ne aucune, plus a noun at the singular form. All right, so let's see the first example. Elle ne veut aucun conseil. Okay, so you can see here that it's elle ne veut, so she doesn't want. Okay, vouloir is to want. Aucun, so not any, no, and then conseil, it's advice. Okay, so elle ne veut aucun conseil. Other example, je n'ai eu aucun problème. Okay, so here eu, so it's the verb to have at the passé composé form, okay? Je n'ai eu aucun problème. Problème, problem. So I didn't have any problem. Il ne fait aucune erreur. Il ne fait, faire is to do, and it's the present form, aucune erreur. Error is mistake. Alright? So if you look carefully here, you get ne and then aucun. Okay, so that's the masculine form because conseil is a masculine word. Here, it's quite interesting because as usual in French, when we've got this ne and then we've got a vowel after, so it can be quite tricky. So in most of the cases, this will disappear. Okay, so you take it away, but then still aucun is coming here. All right, and then it's at the masculine form because problème is a masculine word. All right, and then the last example, well, you've got the first part, ne, okay, not modified because faire starts with F, so no problem. But then here you've got this aucune, okay, aucune, so because erreur is a feminine word, so you will have to put this aucune. All right, so let's proceed now. Un peu, or peu, and it means a few or few, okay? So we'll be constructed with la préposition de, so you will have to put this de after, and then you will have to put the noun without the article. Okay, so if you want to construct this a sentence with a few or few, so remember, un peu or then peu, then don't forget to put this de, and the noun without the article. Okay? Then if you want to use this autant, it means as much. Same construction, you will have to put this de and the name, or the noun, sorry, without the article. Alright, so as much, we use this autant de and the noun without the article. Alright? If you want to use moins, moins means less. Same thing here, you will have to use de after and the noun without the article. Alright, so remember, less, in French it's moins, de, and the noun without the article. If you want to use plus, more, okay, in some cases you will have to pronounce it plus, okay, so you will see that a bit later. De, and then the noun without the article. Alright, remember, more, plus, or then plus, de, and the noun without the article. If you want to use beaucoup, beaucoup means a lot of. It looks a bit strange, huh? Beaucoup, like that. Remember, you don't pronounce the final P, okay? And then you get this combination of vowels, E, A, U, and you get the sound O. So technically it's beaucoup, okay? So it's not difficult to produce orally. Beaucoup, a lot of, okay? Same construction, you will have to put de after, and then the noun without the article, okay? A lot of, beaucoup, de, and the noun without the article. If you want to use trop, and trop means too many, okay? Then you will have to put de and the noun without the article, okay? Remember, too many, trop, don't pronounce the final P. Trop, de, and the noun without the article. All right? And then assez. Assez means enough, okay? Assez. Remember, two vowels here, a and then e, and then double s. So it's really strong, the s. Assez, assez. Okay? Assez. So same construction, de and the name, or the noun without the article. Okay? So enough, assez, de, and the noun without the article. I hope it was clear. It is really important, okay? So don't be afraid to watch the video again and again. So if you want to check for the next lesson or previous lessons, it's here, youtube.com/imagier, and then the website is here. Have a great day. Bye bye. Bonjour à tous. Hi everyone and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. This is Unité 5, leçon R. And in this lesson, well, we'll see few colors, les couleurs, okay? So not all the colors because we're just starting, okay? So let's see what we've got. Blanc, blanche. Okay, so I wanted to put for each color the masculine form here and then the feminine form here. Okay, so here masculine, blanc, don't pronounce the final C, and then blanche. Okay, remember when you combine this CH, you get the sound sh, blanche. Okay, so blanc, blanche. Noir, noir. So it's quite funny because you will have to add this E at the end of noir for the feminine form, but then you don't pronounce it. Okay, so phonetically it is exactly the same. Noir, noir. Okay? Gris, don't pronounce the S, but then for the feminine form, grise. Remember? Grise. Alright? So when you add this E, basically it gives you the pronunciation or the possibility to pronounce the previous letter here. It's Z, grise. Alright? So gris, masculine form, feminine form, grise. Bleu, bleu. So same thing that we had for noir, you just add this E at the end, but then you don't pronounce it. Bleu, bleu. Alright? So let's see them one more time. Blanc, blanche. Noir, noir. Gris, grise. Bleu, bleu. Okay? So let's continue. Bleu foncé. Bleu foncé. Okay, so foncé, this adjective, well, basically it will be like dark. Okay, bleu foncé. Bleu clair. So same thing here. This clair adjective is like light. Okay, bleu clair. Jaune. Okay, so it will be the same at the masculine and the feminine form. Jaune. Jaune. Rouge. So same thing here, same form for the masculine and the feminine. Rouge. Remember, G-E, je. Rouge. Vert. So masculine form, don't pronounce the final T. Vert. Feminine form, verte. So listen carefully. I don't say te, but it's t. Verte. Verte. Okay, so as usual, this final E only gives you the possibility to pronounce this t. Verte. Okay? Marron. Same thing for the masculine and the feminine form. Marron. Marron. Okay, it was a start, but it's quite important. If you want to check for the next lesson, it's here, and then the website is here, imagier.net. Have a great day. Bye bye. Bonjour à tous. Hi everyone, and welcome to Learn French with Vincent, and this is Unité 5, leçon S, and it's quite important, because it is the last lesson for this unit. Okay, so in this lesson we'll discover together les verbes impersonnels. So they are really useful and it's quite important to see them. And so we'll focus on 3 verbs. The first one, être, to be. Second one, faire, to do. And the last one, avoir, to have. Okay, and so the important thing with this concept or this idea, les verbes impersonnels, is that,
well, you will see in the examples, they are not connected to a person, and that's the main concept. So even if in French we use this il, so the pronom personnel il, okay, technically if you want to translate that directly in English, it would be translated by it, okay, but then in French we use this il instead of it, okay. So let's see now for être, for instance. So if you use this il est, you will you will use this structure if you want to talk about the time, okay. For instance, we've got the first example here. Il est tard. Tard is late, okay. So il est tard, it is late. Il est tard, okay. So even if we use this il, so it doesn't have the concept of he as normally we have, okay. It's really this impersonal form, okay. And then il est tôt, it is early, okay. Same thing, that's the reason why we use this il form when we put when we give the time, okay. Il est 12 heures, or then il est midi, 12 hours, okay. And then this midi, it's noon, okay. So il est 12 heures, il est midi. All right. Second example is faire, and then it's really useful to use this faire. So il fait, if you want to talk about the weather, pour parler du temps, okay, pour parler du temps. So for instance, il fait chaud, okay, chaud, warm, hot, okay. So il fait chaud. So if you want to say it is hot, it is warm, then that's the structure you will have to use. Same thing if you want to say that it is cold, okay, froid is cold, il fait froid, okay. Il fait chaud, il fait froid. All right. And then if you want to talk about the weather, okay, in that case it's beau, okay, it's a nice weather. Il fait beau, okay. The opposite, mauvais, bad. Il fait mauvais. All right. Il fait chaud, il fait froid, il fait beau, so it's a beautiful weather. Il fait mauvais, it's a bad weather. Okay, and the last one, avoir. Avoir, so if you, well, we did introduce that a little bit earlier, but then this il y a structure is quite useful because you can, well, situer dans l'espace, parler du temps, parler de l'heure. So if you want to locate into space, say where things are, or then parler du temps, talk about the weather, or then parler de l'heure, talk about the time. So that's the structure you will have to use, this il y a, il y a. Okay, so let's see one example. Il y a un parc ici. Okay, so there is un parc ici, here. Il y a des nuages, clouds. Il y a des nuages. So even if we've got this il y a, okay, remember that it can be for the singular, or then it can be for the plural as well. So this a won't change. Il y a des nuages. Il y a du soleil, sun. Il y a du soleil. So there is sun. Il y a de la neige. Snow. Il y a de la neige. Okay? And then, if you want to talk about the time or a period, il y a 15 ans. So in that case, it's quite interesting because when we use this il y a 15 ans, technically it's 15 years ago. So this il y a will mean ago. Il y a 15 ans, j'ai voyagé en Chine. Okay, voyager is to travel. You've got the passé composé form here. En Chine, in China. Il y a 15 ans, j'ai voyagé en Chine. So let's see them one more time. Il y a un parc ici. Il y a des nuages. Il y a du soleil. Il y a de la neige. Il y a 15 ans, j'ai voyagé en Chine. And this is the end of Unité 5. Okay, you can rest now. If you're sure that everything is clear, then you can go here and check for Unité 6. Okay, and then the website is here. Have a great day. Bye bye. Au revoir.
Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent, and this is Unité 6, leçon A. And in this lesson we'll discover together les démonstratifs. Les démonstratifs, so we'll see two types of démonstratifs. The first one will be adjectif démonstratif, okay? And then the second one will be pronom démonstratif. All right, so let's start. So we'll see for the adjective démonstratif, the masculine singular form, feminine singular form, masculine plural form, and then feminine plural form. Okay? Masculin singulier, féminin singulier, masculin pluriel, and then féminin pluriel. So let's see how they are. So when we talk about les démonstratifs, technically it would be translated in English like this. Okay, but then of course we've got in French the difference between the masculine and the feminine form, and then masculine plural and feminine plural. Okay, so we'll see them now. The first one, so for the masculine, so this okay adjective will be translated in French with ce, so it's the basic form, or cet. Okay, so you will have to use this second option here, this set, when you will have a name or a noun after that will start whether with a vowel or then with h plus a vowel. Okay, remember this h letter in French is not really pronounced. Okay, so it does indicate to you that when you get a word starting with the sound of a vowel, then you will have to use this set adjective. Okay, and then feminine form is set, like that. So it's quite interesting because if you listen carefully, the masculine form here set and the feminine form here set, you write them differently, but then you pronounce them the same way. All right, for the plural form, so masculine plural, it would be c'est. Okay, and then feminine plural, good news, it's the same. So we've got one form here, ce, and the option set when you've got a noun starting with a vowel after, and then set, feminine form, and for the plural you've got only one form, okay, and it's c'est. Okay, remember, open, c'est, okay. One example, ce livre. So this book, okay, livre is book. Here, livre is masculine, so you will have to use the ce, okay, and then it doesn't start with the sound of a vowel, so it's the basic ce. This book, ce livre. And now we've got ordinateur. Ordinateur is a masculine word, means computer, okay, but then if you look carefully, it starts with O, okay, a vowel. So this ce ordinateur wouldn't be possible. So we've got to use the second option, as we saw previously. So it's cet, written like that, okay? Cet ordinateur, this computer. Third possibility here, we've got homme, man, okay? But then O is here. We've got this H letter. Remember, H is not pronounced. Okay, so you've got the sound of O at the beginning of this word. Okay, cet homme. So that's the reason why you will have to use the cet. So it's masculine, but still cet homme. So now, feminine word, femme, woman. No problem about that because we've got only one option for this at the feminine form, and it's cette, written like that. Cette femme. Same thing here, if you've got a word like organisation, well, it's the same in English. So it starts with a vowel, but it doesn't change anything for the feminine démonstratif here. Okay, cette organisation, cette organisation. And then plural, so whether it's masculine, so we've got friends here at the masculine form, so masculine plural, and then friends here at the feminine plural form, okay? But then the
adjectif démonstratif here, as you can see, will be the same. Ses amis, ses amis. All right? And it's quite funny in a way, because if you only listen to these two things here, ses amis and then ses amis, you don't have really any phonetical information regarding the fact whether it's masculine or feminine. That's the way it is. Sorry about that. But, so let's continue now with le démonstratif. So we'll see now the pronouns. Okay, so same thing. We'll see the masculin singulier, then féminin singulier, then masculin pluriel, and then féminin pluriel. Okay, so pronouns. Okay, so it does mean that you will have to use these pronouns instead of the name. Okay, so for the masculine form, we will have celui-ci and then celui-là. Okay, so we'll see the difference of use, but then celui-ci, celui-là. In English, it would be directly translated as this one. Okay, so you don't want to repeat the name or the thing that was previously stated, so you use this one. Okay, in English it's easier. In French it's a bit more tricky, because we will have this celui, okay, and then ci and là. So you'll see that normally ci is coming first and then là is coming next. Okay, celui-ci, celui-là, this one. All right. Same thing with the feminine form, celle-ci, celle-là. All right. And then for the masculine plural, ceux-ci. Okay, remember final X is not pronounced, so you get the sound ce, ceux-ci, and then ceux-là. All right. Feminine plural, celle-ci. Okay, don't pronounce the final S. Celle-ci, celle-là. All right. So let's see a few examples now. So if you ask a question, quel est mon livre? Okay, what is my book, or which one is my book? All right, and then the answer could be votre livre, your book, c'est celui-ci, this one. Okay, votre livre, c'est celui-ci. Okay, and then normally when you talk or when you say that, you tend to indicate that with your finger as well. So you point the book. Votre livre, c'est celui-ci. Où est ma place? Where is my seat? Où est ma place? C'est celle-là. Okay, same thing. You tend to point it at the same time. Okay, c'est celle-là. All right. So you've got to remember that we will have the difference between the masculine, the feminine, okay, so singular and plural, and then we'll have the difference between this ci, okay, the first option, the nearest one, okay, and then this la, second option, so it's not the nearest one, okay. So let's see and practice. If it's okay with you, then you can go to the next lesson, and it's right here. Okay, the website is here, www.imagier.net. Have a great day. Bye bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. This is Unité 6, leçon B. And in this lesson, we'll see together la description avec c'est. So let's start. So if you want to use this c'est option to make a description, so c'est technically would be directly translated as it is or this is, okay? But then in French, you will have to add after that the adjective, but the adjective should be all the time at the masculine form. Okay, so remember, if you want to describe something, okay, you can use this c'est, and that's really, you know, a common way to describe things. Okay, it is, this is, but then remember, the adjective that will come after should be at the masculine form.
Okay, so we'll see a few examples now, and the first one would be the option to describe un lieu, a place. Okay, so let's see now. C'est chaud. Okay, it is hot. Warm, huh? Could be an option as well. C'est chaud, it's warm. Okay, c'est froid, cold. It is cold. C'est beau. Beau is beautiful. Okay, and then c'est tranquille, quiet. Okay, so what you can see here is that we've got adjectives like chaud, froid, beau, and then tranquille. They are all at the masculine form. Okay, even if, I mean, the place would be feminine and you want to describe it, remember that it should be all the time at the masculine form. Okay, let's see another example. So if you want to describe a situation, for instance, okay, it would be an option. So idéal, ideal, c'est idéal. Formidable, c'est formidable. C'est parfait. So it's perfect. And then c'est injuste. Injuste, the opposite is of juste, okay? And it's not fair, unfair, okay? So c'est idéal, c'est formidable, c'est parfait, c'est injuste. Same thing here, okay? Remember that all these adjectives are at the feminine form. Okay, let's continue now and see. So it could be for an object as well. You could describe an object, un objet. So let's see now. C'est cher. Cher is expensive. C'est cher. C'est utile. Utile, useful. C'est beau. Beautiful. C'est adapté. Adapted. Okay? C'est cher. C'est utile. C'est beau. C'est adapté. Remember, all these adjectives are at the feminine, the masculine form. I'm getting tired now. All right, so at the masculine form, like I did say previously. Okay, so let's see now another option. So if you want to describe a dish, okay, you're eating and you want to describe a dish, un plat, okay, so c'est très bon. Okay, très is very, and then bon is good. Okay, c'est très bon. C'est bon marché. Bon marché, it's actually quite interesting. I mean, this adjective here, so it's a composed adjective, and it means cheap. Okay, c'est bon marché. C'est salé. So remember, it's quite important because we've got the same adjective here without the accent. So if you don't put the accent, it means dirty, and then you pronounce it sale. But in that case here, okay, you put the accent, and it's quite important because in that case it means salted, okay? Salé, okay? C'est salé. C'est délicieux. C'est délicieux, okay? And then same thing here. If you look, all these adjectives, they are at the masculine form, okay? So the second option would be to put this structure at the negative form, which is not that difficult because technically you just keep, well, your structure, you just add as usual the first ne and then pas before and after the verb, okay? Then same thing here, you will put this adjective at the masculine form, okay? So we will basically just see one more time all the examples we had previously, but then at the negative form. So if you want to describe a place, ce n'est pas chaud. Ce n'est pas froid. Ce n'est pas beau. Ce n'est pas tranquille. Situation. Ce n'est pas idéal. Ce n'est pas formidable. Ce n'est pas parfait. Ce n'est pas injuste. An object. Ce n'est pas cher. Ce n'est pas utile. Ce n'est pas beau. Ce n'est pas adapté. And then a dish. Ce n'est pas très bon. Ce n'est pas bon marché. Ce n'est pas salé. Ce n'est pas délicieux. Alright, that was it. Check for the next lesson. It's on youtube.com/imagier and then the website is here. www.imagier.net. Have a great day. Bye bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. This is Unité 6, leçon C. And in this lesson, we'll work on the vocabulary regarding la salle de séjour. So let's start now. Le rideau. Le fauteuil. So remember, it's a bit tricky, this word. Fauteuil. Teuil. Fauteuil. Le fauteuil. Le coussin. La cheminée. La télévision. Okay, one more time. Le rideau, le fauteuil, le coussin, la cheminée, la télévision. Le lecteur DVD. Le lecteur de CD. La table basse. Le lustre. Le cendrier. Okay, one more time. Le lecteur DVD. Le lecteur de CD. La table basse. Le lustre. Le cendrier. Le sol. La table. Le tapis. Le canapé. La bibliothèque. One more time. Le sol. La table. Le tapis. Remember final S not pronounced. Le tapis. Le canapé. La bibliothèque. That's it for la salle de séjour. Okay, if you want more, then it's here and then the website is right here. Have a great day. Bye bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent, and this is Unité 6, leçon D, and in this lesson we'll go into la cuisine. So in the previous lesson we were in la salle de séjour and now we're still in the house, but it's la cuisine. So let's discover what we have. La cuisine. Le congélateur. Le réfrigérateur. Le frigo. L'évier. L'étagère. Okay, so let's repeat them. La cuisine, le congélateur, le réfrigérateur, le frigo, l'évier, l'étagère, l'égouttoir, l'armoire murale, le four, la cuisinière, le lave-vaisselle. Okay, let's see them one more time. L'égouttoir, l'armoire murale, le four, la cuisinière, le lave-vaisselle, le chauffe-eau, la théière, la cafetière, la louche, l'entonnoir. Okay, let's see them one more time. Le chauffe-eau, la théière, la cafetière, la louche, l'entonnoir. Le décapsuleur, l'ouvre-boîte, le tire-bouchon, le presse-citron, la passoire. All right, let's repeat them together. Le décapsuleur, l'ouvre-boîte, le tire-bouchon, le presse-citron, la passoire. La râpe, le couteau, le casse-noix, le hachoir, le rouleau à pâtisserie. Okay, let's see them. La râpe, le couteau, le casse-noix, le hachoir, le rouleau à pâtisserie. That's it. You've got many, many, many words. So I hope you remember them. If that's not the case, well, try to watch the video one more time. And then if you want more, then it's here. And the website, oops, is here. And that's imagier.net. Have a great day. Bye-bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. This is Unité 6, leçon E. Okay, and it's a quite important lesson because we'll see vocabulary and we'll see les fruits et légumes, so fruits and vegetables. So I hope you're ready because we are starting right now. Les fruits. L'orange. So I did put this little F just to indicate you that it's feminine. Okay, l'orange. La pomme, la pêche, le melon. Okay, so les fruits, l'orange, la pomme, la pêche, le melon. L'ananas, le pamplemousse, la pastèque, la banane, la figue. All right. L'ananas, le pamplemousse, la pastèque, la banane, la figue. La prune, la mandarine, le citron, l'abricot, la cerise, la prune, la mandarine, le citron, l'abricot. So by the way, I didn't put it, but it's masculine, just for your information. La cerise, la poire, le raisin, le marron, la date, la poire, le raisin, le marron, la date. Les baies, la fraise, la framboise, la groseille à maquereau, la groseille rouge. I just noticed that I've been making a little mistake here. Sorry about that. Les baies, la fraise, la framboise, la groseille à maquereau, La groseille rouge. La myrtille. La mûre des marais. La canneberge. Le cassis. L'airelle rouge. La myrtille. La mûre des marais. La canneberge. Le cassis. L'airelle rouge. La courgette. Le haricot vert. Le concombre. La salade. La carotte. La courgette. Le haricot vert. Le concombre. La salade. La carotte. L'asperge. Le navet. Le petit pois. L'ail. La lentille. L'asperge. Le navet. Le petit pois. L'ail. La lentille. Le haricot. La fève. L'artichaut. L'oignon. Le chou. Le haricot. La fève. L'artichaut. So for your information, artichaut is masculine. L'oignon. Same thing for oignon, it's masculine. Le chou. La tomate. Le chou-fleur. La pomme de terre. Le poivron. L'aubergine. La tomate. Le chou-fleur. La pomme de terre. Le poivron. L'aubergine. For your information, aubergine is a feminine word. L'épinard. Le fenouil. Le champignon. L'épinard, so it's masculine. Le fenouil. Le champignon. That's it, and you do have many words to remember, especially they are quite useful. I mean, you're talking quite often, I think, about vegetables or food in general, fruits. So if you're not sure, if you want to review this video or to watch it again, don't be afraid. And then if you want to continue, then the next lesson is here and the website is here. Have a great day. Bye-bye. Bonjour à tous. Hi everyone and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. This is Unité 6, leçon F. And in this lesson, we'll discover together les comparatifs. So if you want to compare in French, well, this is the lesson you should definitely watch. So in this lesson, we'll discover three types of structures. The first one, avec un nom, with the noun. Second one, avec un adjectif, with an adjective. And the last one, avec un verbe, with a verb. Okay, so if you want to compare with these structures, then we'll start with the first one, avec un nom. Okay, so if you want to compare with a noun, then remember that if you want to say more, then you will have to use this plus, de, and then here you will put your noun, after that followed by que, than, and the rest of the structure. Okay, let's see one example. J'ai plus de chance que vous. J'ai plus de chance que vous. Okay, chance is luck. Okay, j'ai plus de chance que vous. Vous is you. All right. Il a plus d'amis que moi. Il a plus d'amis que moi.
Amis, friends. Nous avons plus de livres que. Nous avons plus de livres que. Okay, so if I want to be really honest, and I will be, there is a strange thing in French language with this plus. Okay, because in some cases you will have to pronounce the final S, and in other cases you won't. So what I would advise you to do, because we are at a beginning stage, it would be to pronounce it each time, especially with this type of structure. So if you want to construct it followed by a noun, then in that case my advice would be pronounce it. Okay, after that, if you've got the chance to go in French-speaking countries or meet French-speaking persons, then you can listen to them and you will learn how to use it or not. Okay, but the first advice would be, if you're using this kind of structure with nouns, then pronounce it. Okay, so let's see now if you want to say as. Okay, so if you want to compare, so it would be autant de followed by the noun, then with this que, than, and you continue your structure. Okay, j'ai autant de chance que vous. Okay, so I kept exactly the same sentences just to make it more clear. Okay, j'ai autant de chance que vous. Il a autant d'amis que moi. Il a autant d'amis que moi. Okay, so as usual in French, you've got this de here, but then if the word, coming right after is starting with a vowel or sh plus a vowel, then you should definitely take this away. Okay, il a autant d'amis que moi. Nous avons autant de livres que. Okay, and then same thing here, as you can see here, you've got this que. Okay, but then followed by a vowel. In that case, needs to go away, and then you get this que. All right. Then if you want to say less, it's moins in French. So no discussion about the S here. Don't pronounce it. Okay, moins de, and then you put your noun que, than, and the rest of the structure. So let's see. J'ai moins de chance que vous. J'ai moins de chance que vous. Il a moins d'amis que moi. Il a moins d'amis que moi. Nous avons moins de livres que. Nous avons moins de livres que. Alright, so that's it. Now let's see if you want to compare and use a structure with an adjective. Donc avec un adjectif, okay. First structure, if you want to use this more, okay, so you will use this plus, and in that case you don't pronounce the S, okay, plus. Then you put your adjective, and after that you put this que, than, and the rest of the sentence. Okay, so let's see now. Elle est plus rapide que moi. Rapide is fast, okay. Elle est plus rapide que moi. Il est plus fort que son frère. Fort is strong. Il est plus fort que son frère. Nous sommes plus intéressés que vous. Okay, and in that case, well, you make this little link, little liaison between the two, so you hear a little bit this S. Okay, nous sommes plus intéressés que vous. All right, so let's see them one more time. Elle est plus rapide que moi. Il est plus fort que son frère. Nous sommes plus intéressés que vous. All right? And then aussi, then you put your adjective, que, then, and the rest of the sentence. Okay? So, the same examples. Elle est aussi rapide que moi. Il est aussi fort que son frère. Nous sommes aussi intéressés que vous. Okay, so I'll repeat them. Elle est aussi rapide que moi. Il est aussi fort que son frère. Nous sommes aussi intéressés que vous. All right? And then, moins
Same thing here. Remember, we don't pronounce the final S. Then you put the adjective que, than, and the rest of the sentence. Okay? Elle est moins rapide que moi. Il est moins fort que son frère. Nous sommes moins intéressés que vous. Okay, one more time. Elle est moins rapide que moi. Il est moins fort que son frère. Nous sommes moins intéressés que vous. All right? And so the last structure, if you want to compare with a verb, then in that case, remember, plus will be with the S. So pronounce it plus que. Okay, let's see now. Elle parle plus que toi. Elle parle plus que toi. Il mange plus que son frère. Il mange plus que son frère. Nous voyageons plus que vous. Nous voyageons plus que vous. Okay, so let's repeat them. Elle parle plus que toi. Il mange plus que son frère. Nous voyageons plus que vous. And then, autant que. All right? So it goes like, elle parle autant que toi. Il mange autant que son frère. Nous voyageons autant que vous. All right, so let's repeat them one more time. Elle parle autant que toi. Il mange autant que son frère. Nous voyageons autant que vous. And the last one. Moins que. Elle parle moins que toi. Il mange moins que son frère. Nous voyageons moins que vous. One more time. Elle parle moins que toi. Il mange moins que son frère. Nous voyageons moins que vous. And this is it. Okay, the next lesson is here on YouTube/Imagier, and then the website is here, imagier.net. Have a great day. Bye bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. This is Unité 6, leçon G, and in this lesson we'll see together, let me click, le passé composé of the verb faire. Faire is to do, and then we'll see together the passé composé form. So we did introduce the passé composé in the unit 5, okay, but I just want to check and make it clear that everything is okay for you. So we'll start with faire. It will be quite fast, but still quite useful. Let's start. J'ai fait. Tu as fait. Il a fait. Elle a fait. Nous avons fait. Vous avez fait. Ils ont fait. Elles ont fait. Alright, so to make it clear one more time, remember that in most of the cases for the passé composé, you will have to use avoir at the present form, followed by this participe passé form. So if you're not sure how to construct that, check Unité 5, and then you will see the lesson that explains everything, okay? But then we'll repeat it one more time. J'ai fait. So remember, final T is not pronounced. J'ai fait. Tu as fait. Il a fait. Elle a fait. Nous avons fait. Little link between the two. Nous avons fait. Same thing here. Vous avez fait. And same thing here. Ils ont. Ils ont fait. Elles ont fait. Alright? So that's it. It was the verb faire at the passé composé. Really important. If that's okay with you and if it's clear, then you can continue. And the website is youtube.com/imagier. Or then more material, imagier.net. Have a great day. Au revoir.
Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. This is Unité 6, leçon H. And in this lesson, we'll continue our little review of le passé composé. Well, basically, it's for important verbs, and this one, venir, to come, is quite important, especially because it's a bit tricky in a way. So we'll see why. Je suis venu. Tu es venu. Il est venu. Elle est venue. Nous sommes venus. Vous êtes venus. Ils sont venus. Elles sont venues. Okay, so if you remember carefully when we introduced the passé composé construction in the Unit 5, I told you that most of the verbs were constructed with avoir, but then we had the list of the verbs that requires this être verb. Venir is among them, okay? So that's the reason why you put être here at the present form, okay? And then remember that if you get to put être, then have a look at the feminine form here. You will have to add this final e, okay, feminine singular. But then for the plural form, you will have to add this s here, okay? And then for the feminine plural, you will have to add this es. All right, but then the good news, there is a good news, yes. It's that you don't pronounce them. So basically you've got the pronunciation venu, 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 and then the same thing, venu, you don't pronounce this final e. Venu, you don't pronounce the final S. Venu, you don't pronounce the final S either. Same thing here, venu. And same thing here, venu, you don't pronounce S. So phonetically, you only have one way to pronounce it. But remember, if you want to write correctly, you will have to put E for the feminine, S for the plural, ES for the feminine plural. Okay, let's repeat them one more time. Je suis venu. Tu es venu. Il est venu. Elle est venue. Nous sommes venus. Vous êtes venus. Ils sont venus. Elles sont venues. That's it. Okay. Well, the next lesson is here. And then the website imagier.net is waiting for you. Have a great day. Bye-bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. This is Unité 6, leçon I. And we are continuing our things regarding le passé composé. So we'll see together le passé composé form of pouvoir, pouvoir, can. And then we'll see how it goes at the past form, this passé composé form. Okay? So, j'ai pu, tu as pu, il a pu, elle a pu, nous avons pu, vous avez pu, ils ont pu, elles ont pu. Okay, so if you remember carefully, as I said, in Unit 5, when I introduced this passé composé form, most of the verbs are using avoir at the present form, so that's the case here. And then after that, you've got to put the participe passé. Same thing, it was introduced in Unit 5, so check it if you want. And then for pouvoir, it's a bit tricky because pouvoir becomes pu, like that. Only 2 letters, okay? But then it doesn't change. If you look carefully, then it's always the same form. Okay, so let's see them together. J'ai pu. Tu as pu. Remember, you don't pronounce the S here. Il a pu. Elle a pu. Nous avons pu. Little link, little liaison between the two. Nous avons pu. Vous avez pu. Same thing here. Little liaison between the two. Ils ont pu. Same thing here. Elles ont pu. Alright, so that's it. It was quite short but quite important. Okay, so if you want to check for the next lesson, it's here, and then the website is waiting for you, imagier.net. Have a great day. Bye bye.
Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. It's Unité 6, leçon J. I was not sure about that, but still it's written on the screen. Unité 6, leçon J, and in this lesson we'll discover together le passé composé, and the verb is attendre. Attendre is to wait, okay? And so we'll see the past form. So it's just some reviews that we are doing, but they are really important. So let's see how it goes now. J'ai attendu. Tu as attendu. Il a attendu. Elle a attendu. Nous avons attendu. Vous avez attendu. Ils ont attendu. Elles ont attendu. Alright, so if you remember, when I introduced the passé composé form, I told you that most of the verbs are using this avoir verb at the present form and then the participe passé. Okay, in that case, attendre becomes attendu at the participe passé, and then that's the form you will have to add at the end, and it doesn't change here, as you can see. J'ai attendu, tu as attendu, il a attendu, elle a attendu, nous avons attendu, so two liaisons here, nous avons attendu. Nous avons attendu, vous avez attendu, same thing here, vous avez attendu, okay? Vous avez attendu, then same thing here. Ils ont attendu, okay? Liaison here as well. Ils ont attendu, okay? But make it fast. Ils ont attendu, elles ont attendu. That's it for attendre at the passé composé form. If you want to check for the next lesson, it's right here. And then the website is here, imagier.net. Have a great day. Bye bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. And it's Unité 6, leçon K. And in this lesson, we'll see together le passé composé of répondre. Répondre is to answer, and it's quite useful. So let's see how it goes for the passé composé form. J'ai répondu. Tu as répondu. Il a répondu. Elle a répondu. Nous avons répondu. Vous avez répondu. Ils ont répondu. Elles ont répondu. Alright, so it's not that difficult. Keep in mind that répondre, so the infinitive form, becomes répondu at the participe passé form. Okay, so this form that you will have to add each time here doesn't change. You know, you don't put the feminine form or the plural form. You just keep it like that. Okay, so let's see them one more time. J'ai répondu. Tu as répondu. Il a répondu. Elle a répondu. Nous avons répondu. Vous avez répondu. Ils ont répondu. Elles ont répondu. OK? Easy! C'est facile! N'est-ce pas? Okay, so if that's clear for you, then check the website youtube.com/imagier, and then you can find the next lesson. And then the website is here, imagier.net, and it's waiting for you. Okay, bye-bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. This is Unité 6, leçon L. And in this lesson, we'll see together again le passé composé, but this time it will be for the verb partir. Partir is to leave. Okay? And then you'll see that it goes like that. Je suis parti. Tu es parti. Il est parti. Elle est partie. Nous sommes partis. Vous êtes partis. Ils sont partis. Elles sont parties. Okay? Remember, partir belongs to this group of verbs that requires to use être instead of avoir for the passé composé form. And for that reason, you will have here, for example, when you've got the feminine form, you will have to put this final e at the end of your participe passé form. Okay? If that's plural, like it is here, you will have to add s. Okay? And if it's feminine plural, you will have to add this es at the end of your
participe passé form. But when it comes to phonetics, so what you will pronounce, the good news is that you won't pronounce these s or es. Okay, so it will go like parti, parti, and then here same thing, parti, parti, and parti. Okay, so phonetically it's not that difficult, but then if you want to write correctly, remember to put for the feminine form, s for the plural form, es for the feminine plural form. Okay, so let's see that together. Je suis parti, tu es parti, il est parti, elle est partie, nous sommes partis, vous êtes partis, ils sont partis, elles sont parties. Okay, that's it. youtube.com/imagier. Next lesson is waiting for you, and then the website is here, www.imagier.net. Au revoir. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. This is Unité 6, leçon M, and in this lesson we'll discover together le passé composé of the verb savoir. Savoir is to know. It's quite used and quite useful, okay? But then keep in mind that this lesson regarding passé composé is the last one, okay? So if you're not sure how to make it, remember that in Unit 5, I did a big lesson regarding le passé composé. And then in Unit 6, few verbs were, well, it was possible to see them, okay? But then after that, we won't see le passé composé again. All right, so let's start now. Le passé composé, savoir, goes like j'ai su. Tu as su. Il a su. Elle a su. Nous avons su. Vous avez su. Ils ont su. Elles ont su. All right, so for the last time, in most of the cases for the verbs, we will use avoir and then we'll use the participe passé form. In that case, savoir becomes su. Okay, so that's the reason why that's the form that you will see at the end of each forms here. Okay, and then avoir should be at the present form. All right, j'ai su, tu as su, il a su, elle a su, nous avons su, vous avez su, ils ont su, elles ont su. That's it for le passé composé. So now if you want to see something new, then youtube.com/imagier is waiting for you, and then the website is here. Au revoir. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. This is Unité 6, leçon N. And in this lesson we'll discover together something really important, and that's what we call le futur simple. So basically it's the future tense, okay? When you want to express something that you will do. Let's see how we will make it in French. So we'll see the difference between the three groups of verbs that we've got in French. The first group is ending with er. Remember, parler, to talk, to speak. So the idea is that in that case, for this group, you don't change anything. So you just keep the basic form, the infinitive form, all right? And after that, you will put at the end ai for je. Okay, so this will be your ending. So you just don't touch the verb, don't touch the infinitive form, you just put at the end this ending, okay? Second group of verbs, finir, to finish, to end. Well, the good news is that it will behave the same way as for the first group of verb. You don't modify anything, you just keep your infinitive form, and you will put the ending ai here as well. So you get je parlerai, and then you will get je finirai. So it's not that difficult for these two first group, okay? The third group, it's a bit more tricky, of course, as usual, because we're talking about irregular verbs, okay? But still, I took this lire. Lire is to read, okay? And then you can see that it's ending with this so the vowel okay? As usual,
what we'll do, we'll take this away. So we get now L-I-R, and after that, we just put the ending. Je lirai. All right? So it will apply for most of the verbs. Of course, because it's French language, it's not all the verbs. We've got exceptions, but we'll see the exceptions a bit later in this lesson. But still, that's the idea of constructing it. If it's ending with this vowel, take it away. All right? You get that. And after that, you just put the ending. All right? So let's see. The ending for je will be ai. All right? And you pronounce it e. Remember, open e. Okay? The ending for tu will be as. You don't pronounce the s, so you pronounce a. All right? The ending for il, elle will be a. Okay? Phonetically, exactly the same thing as for tu. Okay? A. The ending for nous will be ons, as usual. Okay? Remember, you don't pronounce the final s, you get the on sound. Okay? Nasal in your nose, on. All right? The ending for vous will be, as usual, a z, but then you pronounce it e. Okay? And then the ending for il, elle will be ont. You don't pronounce the final t, so you get the nasal on. All right? So e, a, on, et, on. Okay? So let's see how it will go with parler, to speak, to talk. Okay? Je parlerai. Tu parleras. Il parlera. Elle parlera. Nous parlerons. Vous parlerez. Ils parleront. Elles parleront. All right? So as I said, just keep your basic form and just put your endings. Okay? E, a, on, et, on. That's it. Let's see now. Choisir, to choose. Second group of verbs. Je choisirai. Tu choisiras. Il choisira. Elle choisira. Nous choisirons. Vous choisirez. Ils choisiront. Elles choisiront. Same thing. Remember, just keep the infinitive form, the basic form, and just put your endings at the end. E, a, on, et, on. Okay? Let's see now. Écrire. Écrire is to write. Okay, so third group, but then remember, as we saw with lire, we took away this final okay? And only with the first part, we just add after that the endings. So, j'écrirai, tu écriras, il écrira, elle écrira, nous écrirons, vous écrirez, ils écriront, elles écriront. All right? So it's not that difficult, okay? As I said, you take away the and after that, a, on, et, on. All right? So, of course, we've got some exceptions, as I said. The first one is être. Être will become sœur. So the important thing with the futur simple is that the verb will change, but the endings will be the same. Okay, so the endings we saw previously will be exactly the same. Okay, so the only thing that you've got to remember is that être will become sœur. So that's the part that you will have to put, and then you will combine it with the ending, and it will become je serai. Okay, remember, ending for je was ai, je serai. Okay, avoir is becoming or. Okay, so tu auras. Aller will become ir. Il ira, elle ira. Faire will become faire, F-E-R. So you will get nous ferons. savoir will become sort, S-A-U-R. Vous saurez. Voir will become vers. Ils verront, elles verront. Alright, so remember, être is becoming sœur, avoir becomes or, aller, ir, faire, faire, savoir, sort, voir, vers. Okay, but then after all these forms, you will just put the normal endings that we saw previously. So AI for je, AS for a, ONS, EZ, ONT. Other exceptions, pouvoir will become pour. Je pourrais. Vouloir, voudre. Tu voudras. Pleuvoir, pleuvre. Il pleuvra. Devoir, d'œuvre. Nous devrons. Venir, viendre. Vous viendrez. Courir, court. Il, elle courront. Okay? So pouvoir is becoming pour. And it means can. Vouloir, voudre, to want. Pleuvoir, to rain, pleuvre. Devoir, to have to, d'œuvre. Venir, to come, viendre. Courir, to run, court. Okay? And then, as we saw previously, you only add after the endings. Alright? So, remember one more time. Je, ending for je is AI. Tu, ending for tu is AS. Il, elle, A. Nous, ONS. Vous, EZ. Il, elle, ONT. Okay? So, est, a, on, et, on. That's it. Now you can construct un futur simple. Congratulations. The next lesson is here, youtube.com/imagier, and that the website is waiting for you, imagier.net. Au revoir. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent, and this is Unité 6, leçon O. And in this lesson we'll discover together le pronom complément en. So let's see now. We can use this pronom complément en whether with an article partitif, so this some concept, or then it can be an article indéfini, a. In English it would be a, un, une, or then it can be at the negative form, so that's what we'll see, and then we'll start first with l'article partitif. Okay, so let's see now how we can make it. So if you have a question like Nicolas mange du pain, so of course first possibility that you could have would be to answer oui, Nicolas mange du pain. So manger is to eat, du pain, some bread. Okay, in that case that's really the partitive form. Okay, so you don't want to specify the quantity, but it's some. Okay, so of course the first option that you would have would be to answer like that. Oui, Nicolas mange du pain. So you repeat everything. Normally that's not the way we will do, because we tend to replace things with pronouns when it's possible. Okay, so the first option would be to replace Nicolas in that case. You don't want to repeat Nicolas, so you can say oui, il, he, instead of Nicolas because it's masculine, mange du pain. So that's the first step. Okay, the second step, you want to replace this du pain. Okay, so this partitive thing, and that's when this pronoun en is used. All right? So, oui, il en mange. Okay? So in that case, you use this il just to avoid repeating Nicolas because it was previously stated. And then you want to use this en, the pronoun, just to avoid repeating du pain because it was in the question. Okay? Oui, il en mange. So remember that this en pronoun should be before the verb. Okay? So let's see now another example. In the first example, we had the masculine form, and now I wrote same sentence, but then here we've got de la salade. Okay, salade is feminine word, so in that case it's not du, but then it's de la. Okay, but still it's the partitive form, some. Okay, Nicolas mange de la salade. Okay, so as we saw, first option would be oui, Nicolas mange de la salade. So you repeat the whole sentence. Second option, you don't want to repeat Nicolas. Oui, il mange de la salade. Okay, and the last option, you don't want to repeat either Nicolas nor de la salade. So you've got oui, il en mange. Okay. Let's see now if you've got de l'eau. Nicolas boit de l'eau. Oui, Nicolas boit de l'eau. Second option, you don't want to repeat Nicolas. Oui, il boit de l'eau. Third option, oui, il en boit. Okay? Same rule, en goes before the verb. Boire, here, it's the infinitive form is boire and it's to drink. Okay? De l'eau, some water. D'accord? Okay, let's continue now. Second structure, if you want to use le pronom en instead of an article indéfini. So let's see how it goes. In that case, you know, you've got a question. Nicolas mange un biscuit. So it's quite interesting because the difference between what we had previously with this partitif, some, when you use this partitif form, you don't really give any information regarding the quantity. In that case, you use un, so that's clear, it's only one. Okay? Nicolas mange un biscuit. First answer, oui, Nicolas mange un biscuit. Same thing as previously, you just put everything again. Second possibility, you don't want to repeat Nicolas. Oui, il mange un biscuit. Alright? Last option, you don't want to repeat Nicolas and you don't want to repeat biscuit. Okay? The difference here between what we saw with the partitif and now is that you've got the quantity, so you know exactly how many or how much. Okay, so you get to put that at the end of your sentence. Oui, il en, so you put your pronoun here before the verb, and after that you put un. Il en mange un. All right? So let's see now if it's feminine. Une banane. Nicolas mange une banane? Answer, oui, Nicolas mange une banane. Oui, il mange une banane. Oui, il en mange une. Okay, so the information that you've got now is that you will have to put the masculine or the feminine form after. Okay, here you put une because banane is a feminine word. All right? So let's see now. Nicolas mange des céréales. So here we've got the plural form. Oui, Nicolas mange des céréales. Oui, il mange des céréales. Oui, il en mange. All right? So basically when you've got the plural form for des céréales here, you don't put anything after your verb. All right? So when you use this article indéfini, you will only need to put something after your verb if it's un or une, or then in other cases, but we will come to that a bit later. Okay? So let's see now la forme négative. Nicolas ne mange pas de céréales. Okay, so you've got the question, but here you've got the ne and then the pas, so you know that it's negative. Nicolas ne boit pas d'eau. So let's see the answers. Non, il n'en mange pas. Non, il n'en boit pas. Okay, so the concept is still the same. You put your pronoun here and here before your verb, and then as usual in French, normally you should have your ne coming here, but then look, the pronoun is starting with a vowel, it's starting with a, okay, so you should take this a away. All right, il n'en mange pas, il n'en boit pas. All right, and then le pronom en, well, it can replace the preposition de plus a noun, and especially a noun for a thing. Okay, so let's see now. Est-ce que Frédéric est content de son nouvel ordinateur? Okay, est-ce que Frédéric est content? Content is to be happy, satisfied, okay, de son new ordinateur, computer. D'accord? Est-ce que Frédéric est content de son nouvel ordinateur? All right, so it's exactly the same concept. You could answer, I mean, you could make a long answer reusing every objects or everything in the question, but then in that case we'll try to go a bit faster, and so we don't want, of course, to repeat de son nouvel ordinateur here. Okay, so the concept is that we will use this pronoun en instead. Oui, il, en est content. All right, so en, same thing here, before the verb, and then after that, of course, you continue your sentence because satisfied should be in the answer. Okay, so oui, il en est content. Negative form, non, il n'en est pas content. So same thing, en stays before the verb, and then you've got the first part of the negation ne, but then is going away. All right? Oui, il en est content. Non, il n'en est pas content. Est-ce que Frédéric parle de son chef? Oui, il en parle. Non, il n'en parle pas. Okay? So, same thing, same concept, just put it before the verb, okay? When you've got the negative form, then you should take this away from the first part of your negative form. Il n'en parle pas. Est-ce que Frédéric a besoin de notre aide? Okay? Avoir besoin, it's to need, okay? Notre aide, our help. Est-ce que Frédéric a besoin de notre aide? Same thing here. We don't want to repeat de notre aide. So, oui, il en a besoin. Non, il n'en a pas besoin. All right? And now, let's see how it goes when you construct it with one verb, avec un verbe, with two verbs, avec deux verbes. And then if you construct it with one verb composed, like for the passé composé, for instance. So let's see now, avec un verbe, with one verb. So you've got a question. Laurent prend un biscuit. Oui, il en prend un. Non, il n'en prend pas. So remember, we saw that previously. Huh? If you've got un biscuit, in that case, you've got to state the amount here. Un, okay, so in that case, it's masculine. Un biscuit, so it's un. Oui, il en prend un. Okay, so you put en before the first verb. Non, il n'en prend pas. Laurent prend 2 biscuits. Oui, il en prend 2. Okay, so in that case, you've got to put the amount. Il en prend 2. So it would be the same if you would have 3 biscuits, 3. In that case, you would put oui, il en prend 3. But then keep in mind that if you put the negative answer, non, il n'en prend pas. So you don't need to state the amount, okay? Il n'en prend pas. Now we'll see the same structures but with two verbs. And so the best way to construct with two verbs, if you want to make examples like that, is to construct that with the near future. Laurent va prendre un biscuit. Is going to take a biscuit. Laurent va prendre un biscuit. Oui, il va en prendre un. So the interesting thing here is that if you look carefully, you've got first aller here. So the first verb is here. And then you've got the second verb here. So it's at the infinitive form because that's the rule in French. When you construct with two verbs, the second one will be at the infinitive. And keep in mind that your pronoun, en here, should be before the second verb. Okay? So I'm not going to tell you that it should be between the two because you could have other things between the two. Okay? It should be before the second verb. Oui, il va en prendre un. Okay? And you get a good example here for the reason why I told you it should be before. Non, il ne va pas en prendre. Alright? Because here you've got your aller verb, va, but then you've got the negative form, ne va pas. But then your pronoun should be before the second one. Okay? Il ne va pas en prendre. Let's see now. Laurent va prendre 2 biscuits. Answer. Oui, il va en prendre 2. Non, il ne va pas en prendre. Okay? So let's see now when you've got a composed verb. So we just need to put the same sentence at the passé composé form. Laurent a pris un biscuit. Oui, il en a pris un. Okay? So the important thing now is to try to remember that when you've got this form, a pris, even if you've got two parts, well, technically you don't have two verbs, you've got one verb. Okay? So your pronoun en should be before the verb, so it means before a here. Okay? One common mistake is to put this en between the two. Okay? Because you tend to think that maybe you've got two verbs, but no. It's here, okay? Il en a pris un. Negative form, il n'en a pas pris. Alright? Non, il n'en a pas pris. Laurent a pris 2 biscuits. Oui, il en a pris 2. Non, il n'en a pas pris. And that's it for le pronom en. I know it's a bit difficult, but then it's quite important because French people or French-speaking people tend to use quite often these pronouns, especially when they talk. So it's important to know them. It's normal that maybe at the beginning you won't be able to produce it. I mean, to make sentences with all these pronouns. But still, it's really important to know them and to understand them. Okay, so that's it. The next lesson is here, youtube.com/imagier, and the website is waiting for you, imagier.net. Have a great day. Bye bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. This is Unité 6, leçon P, and it's the last lesson for Unité 6. And in this lesson, we'll see together le pronom complément Y. So in the previous lesson, we saw another pronoun, so it's the pronoun en, okay? And in that case, in this lesson, we'll see le pronom Y. Well, you pronounce it I, of course. So, le pronom Y, we'll say that it can replace un lieu, a place, okay? Or then it can replace la préposition a and then a noun of thing. And then we'll see how to construct it when you've got a negative form, okay? So let's see now for a place, un lieu. So let's see a question. Isabelle va en Finlande. So va, remember, it's aller, okay? And then en Finlande, in Finland. Isabelle va en Finlande? So of course, you will have many options to answer to this question. The first one would be maybe the more logical. Oui, Isabelle va en Finlande. So you just take all the elements that you had in the question and then you answer with that. Of course, in many situations, we won't, because French people like to use pronouns when it's possible. So the first option that we would have is to avoid repeating Isabelle. Okay? So, elle va en Finlande. All right? And the other option we would have would be to avoid repeating this en Finlande. Okay? So it's a place. It's a country, okay? And in that case, it does mean that it would be possible to use this Y, so I, you pronounce it I, okay? So, oui, elle y va. So keep in mind that it's a pronoun and then it should be here just before your verb, okay? Elle y va. Alright, so, oui, Isabelle va en Finlande. Oui, elle va en Finlande. Oui, elle y va. Okay, so let's see another example now. So if you're using a name of a town, because previously we had a country and now it's a town, so it's Paris, okay? Isabelle va à Paris? So it's a question. Of course, you can answer like we saw previously. Oui, Isabelle va à Paris. First option, repeat everything, no problem. Second option, you just want to avoid repeating Isabelle. Oui, elle va à Paris. And then, last option, you just want to avoid repeating Isabelle and then Paris. Oui, elle y va. All right? And now, it's a place. Cinéma. Okay? Isabelle est au cinéma? Oui, Isabelle est au cinéma. Repeat everything. Second one, you just don't want to repeat Isabelle. Oui, elle est au cinéma. All right? Third one, just want to avoid repeating Isabelle and au cinéma. Oui, elle y est. All right? Oui, Isabelle est au cinéma. Oui, elle est au cinéma. Oui, elle y est. Second situation when we can use this pronoun I or Y, it's when you replace it. When you replace this preposition a and then a noun of thing. Let's see now. Est-ce qu'Isabelle pense is to think, à son examen, exam, okay, to think about. Est-ce qu'Isabelle pense à son examen? First option, repeat everything. Oui, Isabelle pense à son examen. Second option, you just don't repeat Isabelle. Oui, elle pense à son examen. Third option, you don't repeat Isabelle, and same thing for à son examen, so oui, elle y pense. Alright, same concept, remember, y should come before the verb. Est-ce qu'Isabelle joue au tennis? So in that case, remember, it's au, but then au is clearly the combination of the preposition à and then the article le tennis, the, okay? So when you combine these two, you get this au tennis. So still, it does give you the information that it is the preposition which is modified. So still, it's possible to use this pronoun. Oui, Isabelle joue au tennis. Repeat everything. Second one, oui, elle joue au tennis. And the last one, oui, elle y joue. All right, so you can see that it's quite short. It's quite short, but it's quite useful because you don't need to repeat all the things that were stated in the question. Okay, so remember, as usual, the pronoun should come before the verb. All right. So now we'll see how to construct these sentences with the pronoun y, but then when you're using this negative form. Okay. Est-ce qu'Isabelle joue au tennis? First option, oui, elle y joue. Second, non, elle n'y joue pas. All right, so negative form should be before the pronoun here. Okay, and then as usual, remember the ne followed by a vowel, they don't really get along, so should go away. So you take it away and you get ni, joue, and after the verb, you put your pas form. Okay? Isabelle est au cinéma? Oui. Elle y est? Non. Elle n'y est pas. Same thing, okay? Negation here before your pronoun, but then is going away, and then pas after your verb. Okay, so let's see now how you construct it with one verb. Alexandre va au concert? Oui, il y va. Non, il n'y va pas. Okay, so no changes from what we saw previously. Okay, so before your verb, and then here, when you get the negative form, your ne is coming before the pronoun, and then your pas is coming after your verb. Okay? When you get two verbs now. Alexandre va aller au concert? So it looks a bit strange, sorry about that. He's going to go at the concert. I know, I know, but it's just to show you how it works, and I don't want to change the sentence, okay? So, oui, il va y aller. Okay, so you can see here now that this pronoun y should be before the second verb, okay? Il va y aller. Negative form, non. Il ne va pas, okay, so your negative form is before and after the first verb, and that's the key thing, okay? And then your pronoun is coming before, sorry, your second verb. Okay, so your pronoun y should be always before your second verb, okay? And now, let's see how it will work if we've got composed tense like aller here, and it's at the passé composé form. So Alexandre est allé au concert. Okay, it's the past tense. Oui, il y est allé. Okay, so keep in mind that even if you've got two parts here, okay, it's only one verb. It's the verb aller at the passé composé, okay? So it's composed. So we've got two elements, but still it's one verb. So it means that your pronoun y should be before. Il y est allé. All right? And then the tricky thing, normally it's the negative form at the passé composé. Look, non, il. So you put first the negative part. So ne. Obviously, this is going away because you've got a vowel, okay, as usual. Il n'y est, and then you put, as we saw previously in Unit 5, or I don't remember, I guess it was Unit 5 when I introduced the passé composé, you put this pas here between être and your participe passé form, okay? So, non, il n'y est pas allé. All right. I hope it was clear. Well, we'll do a break right now, but then I'm coming back quite soon for Unité 7. Okay, but then if you want to check the previous lessons, they are here, and then the next lessons will come, but not today. Okay, but it's youtube.com/imagier, and then the website is here, imagier.net, and it's waiting for you. Have a great day. Bye bye.